John Cunningham, do you want me to rename you to your real name so you don't go on the mic?
What do you have me? Do you have me down as something else?
I got you as Mike Ott.
Okay. No, I'm don't ever confuse me with Mike Ott.
That's what I figured. I changed it right away. I didn't want you to.
No, Mike sent it down. I double checked. I just didn't have it from you today. It's not.
Yeah, I just sent it again. I'm not sure what happened, but you're on.
Hi there, good evening.
Imran.
Hello, Ron.
Let's see. Is it going to be a busy night?
You got people getting on. And I think we're waiting on Peter Roost, right?
Yeah, and I haven't seen it on my screen yet. Joel, you said he's not going to be here, correct?
Correct, yeah.
But Tom Burland, is he on yet?
No, I don't see him.
And Joe Manovsky.
Yeah.
There's.
I think just Tom Berlin at this point we're waiting on.
Well, I hadn't seen it pop up. Peter's here.
Oh, excuse me, no, Tom and Peter, sorry.
Tom Burland just texted me, said he'll be on in a couple minutes. And Peter,
Yeah, Ron, hi.
you having trouble?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. What's the,
Is anybody else? I just haven't been saying connecting, it's doing nothing. I've been on Zoom all day.
why don't you disconnect and reconnect? Yeah, everybody else is on.
Okay, well, I'm trying.
Okay.
I'll try to get.
All right, thanks, Peter.
Yeah.
Peter's having a technical issue. He's been on Zoom meetings all day and says waiting to connect on his screen, but he's gonna log out and sign in again. Hopefully that'll do it.
I just send him another invite just in case.
And I'd certainly like to have Tom Berland here too.
Yeah, Ron, it's Tom. I'm just joining.
Hi, Tom. Okay, so we're just waiting on Peter.
Took me a little while to sort through Dave's emails.
Sorry about that. Want to give it a few more minutes, Ron, and then if Peter's not able to join us, get started, or?
Yeah, you want to call him and see if Dave,
Yeah.
you have his cell? Just to see if there's something you could wiggle out between the two of you.
He's on right now, Ron. He's getting on his cell phone, it looks like.
He's getting on with his cell phone?
Yeah, it appears so. Just looks like he's
Okay.
having trouble with audio right now.
Murphy's Law. Let me know when you have him and we'll go.
So Ron, Peter's on. It looks like he's just having trouble connecting to audio. For him to be able to talk to us.
Okay. Well, then let's get started. I was planning to seat Peter for Joel. So I'd certainly like to have him with us.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm going to. Thank you. Thanks.
I can hear him.
My apologies.
No apology. The
All
technology.
systems go.
Good. Welcome, Peter. And sorry for the delay, everyone. Good evening. Welcome to the Madison Planning and Zoning Commission meeting of May 20th, 2021. We have a rather full agenda before us tonight, several items, including the first one, which has been continued. But I know we have a lot of people who are going to be watching this tonight. So with all the faces on the screen, as I've done before, I'd like to point out and introduce the members of the commission itself. Those are Giselle McDowell, Dr. Shona Hay, our vice chair, Jim Madison, our secretary, Elliot Hitchcock, Tom Berland, John Mathers, Joe Vanofsky. In addition, we have three alternates, Ron Bodenson, Peter Roos, and Carol Snow. Dave Anderson, of course, our town planner, and Marlene Kennedy, our clerk who keeps the minutes. So that is the commission. Tonight, in the absence of Joel Miller, I am going to seek Peter Roos to replace Joel. Okay. And the first item on our agenda is application 21-03 plus CSP. It's at 856 Boston Post Road, map 39, lot 8 in the R2 district. The owner is Faith Whitehead. The applicant is 856 Boston Post Road, LLC. It's a special exception permit application to construct a single-family residential cluster development and associated site improvements. Also, a coastal site plan review. And it has been continued from our meeting on March 18th. Before we begin, I know we have a couple of other applicants who may already be online who are a little further down in the agenda. What I thought I'd suggest to the commission as well as to the applicant and the intervener is around 9:15, 9:30, call a timeout for a little bit of a check is where we think we are, how much further we have to go, and whether we can reasonably finish this tonight or finish most of it tonight by a time certain, and just kind of brainstorm a little bit. Does that make sense to Attorney McKeon and to Attorney Ainsworth?
Yep. Yes, it does, Mr. Chairman.
That
Okay,
sounds like a
commission
sensible, that sounds like a sensible plan.
Okay. So with that, I think we're ready to begin. And I think a logical place to start is I think there have been some changes and things that have occurred since March 18th with the application itself. So I may let the applicant through Attorney McKeon address those first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, everybody. For the record, my name is Chris McKeon. I live at 31 Hotchkiss Lane in Madison, Connecticut, and my office is at 900 Chapel Street in New Haven, Connecticut. I represent the applicant. As Mr. Chairman just indicated, our application tonight is for a special exception permit under specifically Section 3.12 of the regulations and an approval of our municipal coastal site plan review application in order to enable the applicant to construct and develop a 7-unit small cluster residential development. The information which we have already submitted for the record, both in writing and at the public hearing in back in March, provides the commission with a substantial body of evidence to establish that the applicant's proposal complies with the applicable requirements of the special exception regulation and special exceptions in general, the requirements of the downtown village district, and the site plan requirements set forth in section 29 of our regulation, as well as all applicable statutes and regulations with respect to the coastal site plan review. The testimony, the reports, the plans, and other information provided by the applicant's team of experts provides the commission with substantial evidence to support an approval of our special exception permit application and our coastal site plan review application. Since the last session of this public hearing back in March, the applicant has obtained approval of its application for a regulated activity permit before Madison's Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency. And it has obtained the approval and favorable recommendation from ACA as to its architectural plans and design. Tonight's presentation will consist of the following. Greg Nucci and Kelsey Janis of Point One Architects will present the complete architectural plan set and visual models for the development. As I said, these plans have received the approval of ACA after several sessions of meaningful and thoughtful discourse between the members of ACA and our team of experts. Next, John Cunningham of Tech Landscape Design will present and explain landscaping plans for the development. After that, our site engineer, Mike Ott, will present the civil engineering plans for the site, including the site plan, stormwater management, septic, utilities, and other specifics as to the construction and operation of the proposed site. After that, Rick Hosley will present a specific description of the rock removal activities and proposed blasting for the site, as well as the specific guidelines to be followed to ensure that all blasting activities are carried out safely and without any impact on surrounding property or the environment. Each of the presenters that I just mentioned have testified previously at the hearing in March and have all endeavored to focus their presentations tonight to supplement rather than repeat their prior testimony and information. That's not to say there won't be some review for context, but each presentation is attempted to be primarily focused on addressing the preliminary staff comments that we received from Mr. Anderson at the day before the last public hearing, the concerns of the members of the public who have submitted letters for the record, the relevant portions of the petition to intervene, which was filed by the interveners, and the reports associated with that petition, and other information developed or obtained by our team since the last public hearing. Next, we will present the testimony of somebody you have not heard from before, and that is John Goskowski, who is a certified planner who has prepared and submitted a thoughtful and well-supported report on the appropriateness of this development for the specific location and its consistency with Madison's plan of conservation and development, the comprehensive plan in general, and the zoning regulations of the town. John will summarize his opinions and conclusions as contained in his report and offer some other information for the benefit of the commission. One person who was unable to be here tonight is Mark Nadeau. He's an experienced real estate appraiser. Many of you may know him. He is unable to be present tonight, but we filed, I believe on Monday, his impact study, which analyzed the impact of this development on the values of surrounding properties. I hope you read the report, but briefly, his report is based upon the study of projects of like quality, density, and location, and their impact upon surrounding neighborhoods. These projects that he looked at include the General's residence. They include the High Street development done by the Horton Group down in near the Guilford Green, and others. He also analyzed typical concerns and potentially mitigating market elements that could have an effect on value, including elements such as noise, air pollution, light pollution, incongruous structures, and increased traffic. His report concludes that, quote, a well-planned and executed project such as the proposed project on the subject site would very well benefit the neighborhood from a value standpoint and likely contribute to an overall increase in the average sale prices. Our entire team, after Mr. Guzkowski speaks, will obviously be available to answer questions from the commission and members of the public, as is typical protocol for meetings before your commission. I know that the commission will then open the floor to public comment. And we are fully aware of the level of concern and opposition, and we appreciate the position the commission is in, given the magnitude of concern and attention to this project. I can tell you that we have spent an amazing amount of time reading every single letter that's been submitted, analyzing them, categorizing them into various themes, and there are several, despite the number of letters of opposition, they do fall into a finite set of themes. I'm sure you've recognized that, but our team has not ignored them. We've considered them. We have discussed them. In several respects, these concerns have shaped the plans that are before you tonight. So that public input has shaped the application and the plans that our experts will more specifically explain tonight. For those concerns that are not specifically addressed, we submit to you, the commission, that our team of experts in professionally designing and engineering this site and landscaping the site have addressed the concerns. To the extent that tonight there are new concerns or new issues that or new bases of opposition that we have not heard, I would like to reserve the right for our team to be able to respond, rebut, or otherwise comment on those, as is typical in these types of hearings. Lastly, I have prepared and submitted a list of proposed conditions of approval in conjunction with discussions amongst our own team and in discussions with Mr. Anderson, and with an eye toward the several of the main areas of concern that we hope you will agree will serve to address those. The applicant is obviously willing to discuss and consider additional reasonable conditions and the language for those conditions that would, in the opinion of the commission and in the discretion of the commission, serve to address any other concerns that the commission may have. And lastly, before I turn the floor over to Mr. Danucci, who's our first presenter, I need to advise the commission that at the last public hearing, I misspoke and mistakenly stated to the commission that we had a neighbor outreach meeting on February 17th. And I have since learned that that meeting actually occurred on January 27th. Our team had discussed when that meeting actually occurred. I failed to verify that date. And in a recent letter to the file, it was pointed out that that meeting actually took place on January 27th. That is my mistake, and I apologize for misstating that information. So with that, I would like to hand it over to Mr. Nucci. I'm sure he's going to want to share his screen so we can get started with our presentations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. My name is Greg Nucci. I'm a licensed architect in the state of Connecticut. I'm a partner at Point One Architects and Planners. We have offices in Old Lyme and in Madison as well on Wall Street. I would like permission to share my screen if I can.
Please do.
Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you. And as Chris mentioned, we're not going to get into the weeds too much on things that we've already covered, but I felt it was important to kind of go back to the beginning and just discuss how this concept was developed. And it was developed thoughtfully and with purpose. And there's been some, murmurings in the community that hasn't been the case. So it's been a long time since we've seen this, and I just want to spend a few minutes here. So you could see my first screen. It shows the existing conditions of the site, the Ledges site. You have Post Road at the top of the sheet. You've got the lawn down front. This is the Ledges Estate building. And we have the existing driveway that comes up to a formal parking court, a circular parking court here. And then actually the driveway continues down to another building. I should say that we plan to remove this building, to remove it in its entirety to get rid of this non-conforming building. It's right against the property lines. And we do plan on repurposing that for a vegetable garden. And John Cunningham can speak more to that later. You can also see that part of this Ledges building here has a corner of it that is non-conforming. And we also plan to remove that non-conformity as part of the new proposed application. So let me just go to the next screen. The only other thing I'll say about this is there's currently 3 apartments here on site. The main house has 2 residential units. There's an apartment appendage on this side, and then there's an apartment above this building. So we're asking for 7 units, and currently there's already 3 units that currently exist here. This slide is just to remind everybody of our approach. On the lower left side, this is an actual photo of the Ledges building. It was a historic building. It was built in the early 1900s. You can see it's got a lot of architectural detail and all those elements of the historic nature of that building we plan to restore and keep and fix as necessary. And it also shows the kind of corner of the parking court. So, and as architects, we have to develop a story of how we develop things. And a lot of times it's obvious. The obvious story here is, wow, we have this fantastic colonial revival Ledges building. So that really becomes the driving force behind our concept. That is the most important structure or building on the development. And then you can see some of this other imagery around. We started looking at supporting structure iconography, like carriage houses and gatehouses and things of that nature, things that are somewhat smaller and human in scale and that would help support the larger kind of main estate of the Ledges. So our approach here from the beginning was to maintain the existing entrance drive. There are some improvements that are required of it, but the location is the same. We had this circular parking court. It's somewhat formalized to the Ledges building, but and it is our goal to maintain that concept because there's, it was historic to the Ledges building, and it also provides opportunity for parking for our proposed structures, units 4, 5, 6, and 7. We do have a gatehouse building. So again, back to the concept, we've kind of got this gatehouse to the main estate building, and then in the back we've got these structures that are more carriage houses, and the vision of that is kind of what would have been built, back at the turn of the century, really right at the beginning of where the automobile started. And that's why this carriage house concept came into play. So this also shows this existing building, which is being removed. And then we've created a shared space for a community garden or community vegetable garden for all the tenants to share. The other thing I would say is we have maintained the lion's share of the lawn, in our development plans. We tucked the development up behind the Ledges building, and quite frankly, in fact, the only building that is even really visible from anywhere along the post road is this one building. The Ledges building you can barely see because there's trees in the way and everything else. So the rest of the buildings are really not visible at all. Let me just go to the next. So this brings me to the last set of revisions and the drawings that we recently sent to the town for the record. And I can say there are minor revisions, and as far as the architecture goes, we were made aware that after the last meeting that there may be a question about the amount of buildable land. And according to your zoning regulations, buildable land is everything subtracting any wetlands you may have on your building, on your site, which we don't have any, or slopes that are greater than 25%. So at that time, the ownership decided that it'd be better, and the best thing to do would be to hire an independent surveyor to come out and re-survey the entire site, which Mike Ott can share that information, the engineer, with you, and identify all the areas on that site that had slopes greater than 25%. So they had done that, and as a result, we had to eliminate or reduce the size of the 2 garages. If you recall the last submission, we had 2 two-car garages that serviced the Ledges building here. Now we are proposing 2 single-car garages. So in equity, now every unit up on top of the hill here has a 1-car garage and a parking space next to it, as well as some guest parking that's also been provided. So I just wanted to let you know that visually, these were the only real changes to the plan up on this level. And again, as Chris mentioned, we had a very favorable review from your ACCA, your advisory committee, for the whole concept. So we were pleased about that. We did work with them on some minor tweaks to some dormers and things like that, but nothing major came of those meetings. So, and again, they did vote favorably. I won't get too far in the weeds on the plans and elevations because you have seen these before. But again, this is an image of the gatehouse building as you're coming up towards the Ledges building. It's this is the only one that has a 2-car garage, the lower building. If you have questions about plans and elevations, I'm certainly happy to answer those as we go. So this is the Ledges building, units 2 and 3. We are dividing this building into 2 separate dwelling units. We are maintaining all the key architectural features. There's some beautiful interior millwork, the porches, the details, all those things are remaining. And then down below here, you can see the reduction in the garages. So again, we've got 2 one-car garages to get to our to meet our coverage requirement of 15% maximum. And we also, which I should have mentioned, but we were taking care of this non-conforming structure that was kind of added on later on. So this whole piece right here is a new addition that's more appropriate to the architecture of the Ledge's main house. The other structure was added on at a much later date and did not really respect the architecture of the main Ledge's estate. So again, that's a new piece. Upper floors. These are the building elevations. These are, and it's quite clear what's existing and what's proposed. Again, we're adding these 2 single-car garages down low, and we're also adding 2 pediment-style entrances to each one of the individual dwelling units on the Ledges. So again, this has all been reviewed by and made favorable by ACA. More existing elevations and proposed elevations. These are the carriage house units. You can see they're all keyed and shaded on the right. Again, we have 1 unit here, unit 5, that we're following the existing topography along the back side. And there is a cellar condition here. So it does have opportunity for a walkout, but that's this 1 unit 5 only. All the other units themselves have crawl spaces proposed. So just for utilities and things of that nature. But they are nice units. They're 2-bedroom units, each of them. We do have options if we need to do a first floor bedroom. And we also have proposed a residential elevator option for our clients if they so choose to do so. We would probably construct that as a future thing if they didn't want it, and make a closet out of it if they didn't want it. But it is planned for the plan if you needed handicapped accessibility to a bedroom upstairs. So units 4, 5, 6, and 7 are very similar. This is a vignette of the back side of 6 and 7. So coverage calculations. We developed these sheets to just show and identify how we calculate our coverage calculations. And we used your chart and your bulk standards to develop our numbers. You know, some things are counted depending on how they're done, like porches, covered porches are counted only as 50%, and covered patios are not counted, and things of those nature. So we went through the Madison zoning chart and developed those. So as far as the square footage of those, so what we do, and we have programs in our architecture office, so we basically draw a line around everything that's included in the coverage requirement, and then we click on that line and it tells us exactly how many square feet that is. So there's no measuring or scaling things. It's the actual square footage, and it's built into our computer program. So so just in this chart in general, I could say our total coverage right now is at 11,078 square feet. That's all this material out here added up together. So this is on the right side, there's the calculation of our total land area, or our total lot area is 78,889 square feet. We have 0 wetlands on the site. We have 4,707 square feet of slopes that are greater than 25%. So if you remove that and you take that away from the lot area, you get a buildable land area of 74,183 square feet. So the max allowable building coverage, or the building land, is 11,127 square feet. And our total project lot coverage is 11,078 square feet, which is 14.96, which is below the max 15% coverage required for this project. So, sorry, it's a lot of numbers and everything. And if you have questions, I'd be happy to answer that later on. The floor area calculations, as you know, that each one of these dwelling units is required to have a maximum of 2,250 square feet of floor area. And in that calculation, you exclude the area of the garage. So that's what this sheet is telling us, is that we have unit 4, 5, 6, and 7, which are these units up here, have 1,962 square feet. So this asterisk and this add of 106 square feet is still underneath the 2,250. It really is an option if someone wanted to close in their covered porch. So there's some flexibility built into the floor area calculation. So all of the new units are underneath the 2,250, even with some future design options. The existing Ledges building is there's a provision in your floor area calculations that that 2,250 doesn't apply to existing buildings, and we're actually reducing the size of the building by removing a portion of that non-conforming piece. So again, it's for your information. These drawings were not required, but I thought it was important to show you the methodology that we use as architects to develop the square foot areas. Again, we draw a line around what's included. We click on it. It tells us exactly what the square footage is of that inside that square or that polygon. So these were some 3/4 inch building sections that were provided as part of the downtown village district requirement. They're actually larger than what is required. 1/2 inch scale are required. These are larger. And this is something that ACTA had also reviewed. And it really just shows the kind of details that we're using, crown moldings and those kinds of things. So the rest of this presentation, is material boards that we had submitted. We also submitted a physical material board to the town hall. I believe it's still there for display. And these were all approved by ACTA. I won't go too quickly, but again, this is the end of my presentation there, but I just wanted to kind of show you that we did develop a 3D model of the development. And just a reminder that when you're standing on Post Road, the gatehouse structure itself is really the only visible structure down there. And I have photographs that I can show you as well if you're interested. But the rest of this is as designed and as proposed, including those 2 smaller garages that serve the Ledges building. I think that kind of concludes the architectural portion of my presentation. And I know next on the list is John Cunningham. I don't know, Chris, are we saving questions till the end of all of our presentation?
That's what I would like to do, yes.
Okay.
Hold off on that, but thank you, Mr. Nucci.
You're welcome. Let me stop sharing my screen.
Okay, am I unmuted? Okay. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and board from the P&Z. My name is John Cunningham, owner of TEC Landscape Design, located at 62 Wall Street in Madison. My plans will look a little bit simpler than Mr. Nucci's. Greg and I have been working together for about 20 years. We probably have over 20 plus projects, multifamily housing, commercial developments that we've done together. If you don't mind, I would like to share my screen and I'll pull up the updated landscape plan. Can everyone see that? I went back to the rendered coloring plan just because I think it's easier to follow where the buildings and the different green areas are. I went through the entire plan in the March meeting. Okay, I'm just going to quickly bring everyone from Birnbaum Lane up through the site. We lead up the driveway. There are some existing evergreen trees along this line that are not on our property that obviously would remain. The gateway house that you'd first come across when you're pulling up the drive. Some more screening on the other side of the property from a neighbor over here. And as we lead up into the circular drive that Greg described, the one change on the plan is the garages have gone from a 2-car garage to a 1-car garage. Plant material, once again, is all native. Okay, we're trying to leave as many of the existing trees in natural areas that don't have work being done as we can. There are some trees there that are going to have to come down that are not really a long-term solution for the project. The one thing I would like to discuss is the garden area. As Chris said at the beginning of the meeting, one of the gentlemen that's on our team that's going to speak later on is going to discuss the generalist residence in 66 High Street. My firm did all the work for both those units also, or projects. Both have community areas. They're both multifamily. 66 High is a big development, has 3 or 4 different community areas for people to get out. General's residence, a little bit smaller. They do have a garden area and a seating area also that people really like so they can get outside their units and get to that area. That's what we're proposing down where the carriage house was. Through the process of getting through both ACA and inland wetlands, we've gone through, which Mike Ott will go through, all the stormwater management on the project. So the one minor change that we're going to make on the landscape plan is that the garden area is still going to be a garden area. They're probably still going to be raised steel planters. There might just be 2 as opposed to 3. We have approximately 1,200 to 1,300 square feet. I originally put it in as lawn area. It is now going to really become a rain garden. So it will capture any of the water. If you see my arrow, this is where the drain is, an overflow drain from the underground infiltrators. It is 50 feet from the garden area, okay? It is another, or it's really about 100 feet from the property line. And then it's probably another 60 feet to a wetland line. So it's a long distance before it gets to the wetland area. So we will be working with John DeLora in the town of Madison to turn this area really into a rain garden that is still being able to be used by people that will be living here in the ledges. I know that's a long list tonight. I don't really have anything else to add to that. Most of the other comments that I made in March are still as is, okay? So I think with that, I'll probably turn the screen over to Mike Ott. He's up next. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham.
Thank you, John. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and commission members. Just for the record, my name is Mike Ott. I'm a licensed professional engineer and land surveyor with Summerhill Civil Engineers with an office on Wall Street in Madison. I will share my screen if I can. And can the commission see my screen now?
Yes.
Thank you. So I will I will do as quick an overview of the site as I can, and I'll try to be as concise as I can. And I'd be glad to answer any questions afterward during the question period. So the site, as you probably all know, has, and this may be difficult to see. This may not be clear enough for the commissioners to see on their screen, but there's an existing bituminous concrete driveway that serves the site. There's a circular turnaround in the back, and there's another bituminous concrete driveway that goes down to the parking area in front of the existing carriage house in the southeast corner of the property. The driveway comes off of what I think we all know as Birnbaum Lane. Birnbaum Lane is a travelway located within the US Route 1 or Boston Post Road Highway. It is historically been maintained by the town of Madison, but it is actually located within the US Route 1 highway limits. Utility services that will serve this site will come from the public utilities located within the Boston Post Road US Route 1 right away. This existing driveway and its circular parking and turnaround area and the driveway that goes all the way down to the carriage house will be removed as part of the project, as well as the carriage house building. The current overhead utilities that serve both the estate residents and the carriage house building will also be removed. The new site, under the proposed development, within the same alignment of the existing driveway will be a widened bituminous concrete driveway. It will be 18 feet in width. There will be a 3-foot reinforced shoulder on the east side of the driveway. We did that to accommodate fire apparatus and larger vehicles. We were trying to keep the width of the pavement down for aesthetic reasons, but the minimum width, given the size of this development and the requirement for fire apparatus vehicles, the minimum paved width is 18 feet. There will be a 5-foot sidewalk paralleling the driveway that leads from the rear development area back out to Birnbaum Lane. The driveway, if you study the grading plan in the drawing set and the typical driveway cross-section detail in the drawing set, you'll see that the driveway is proposed to be constructed such that surface water runoff from it drains to the east towards the broad lawn area in the front of the site and not to the neighboring property to the west. As I said, utilities will all be from within, public utilities will all be from within the Boston Post Road Highway. They'll all be underground. I'd like to spend a little bit of time on water, if I could. There's been a lot of questions and concern about the water, existing water arrangement and what will happen during the development. So I'll try to do this as quick as I can. I will back up here. Today there is a private water service that runs through the property. The Connecticut, back in mid-January, we began conversations with the Connecticut Water Company about this private water service. The Connecticut Water Company has records that indicate that the tap to the water main within Route 1 or within Birnbaum Lane is a 4-inch tap. They have no other records of the size of this main, of this service, or where it is located. So we have assumed that it continues as a 4-inch service. It comes through the property. It serves off of it the estate residence, and the carriage house building. It also, it's our understanding, actually, I'll back up one more time. We also did land records research and a full title search and found copies of all records regarding this water line that are in the land records of the town of Madison, provided copies to town staff and provided copies to the Connecticut Water Company. There was some mapping, some old mapping was found, old easement agreements from the early 1900s regarding maintenance and cost sharing. We provided, again, all that information to both the town and the Connecticut Water Company. In addition to this service serving the buildings on site, the best we can tell, the best records and information we have, it also serves a minimum of 3 properties off-site. It appears to serve 27 Bushnell Lane to the west, and 2 properties that have Quarry Road addresses. I believe their access is off of Quarry Road, and I think it's number 54 and number 64. The early 1900 agreements describe the arrangement for maintenance and repairs and cost sharing amongst all the parties that are served by this water service. So in the proposed development, we sent our development plan to the Connecticut Water Company and worked with them on a layout of how to rearrange the water supply for not only for our site, but to be able to continue water service to the 3 adjacent properties or 3 properties in the vicinity of our site. And the plan is to construct a new 8-inch water main from the main in the US Route 1 highway to a point approximately 400 feet into the site. That new water main would be located within an easement in favor of the Connecticut Water Company. And that new water main would become a Connecticut Water Company main, and they will be responsible for its repair and for its maintenance. From that water main, service taps will serve the state residents and the 3 new buildings that are proposed under the development. In addition, from that new water main, a connection will be made to the service that leaves the western portion of the site to serve Bushnell Lane, and another connection will be made where the 4-inch line leaves the property to serve the 2 residences that have access from Quarry Ledge or Quarry Road. I may have the road name wrong. It is our intention to maintain the size from the new water main, the same size service line that leaves the property today will be connected to the new water main. So there will be no reduction in the size of the service line that serves either service lines that serve either 27 Bushnell Lane or the 2 other properties from Quarry Road. The layout, our research, our records research, our conversations and communications with the Connecticut Water Company, our mark out of the utility of the water lines by the Connecticut Water Company and our surveyed location were all done in the preparation of these plans. The Connecticut Water, that work is as far as we can go in the land use application phase. The Connecticut Water Company cannot take any action on this rearrangement of water until the local approvals are in place. Once they are, we will be again in conversation with Connecticut Water and the final details of how this work will be done will be worked out. It's our understanding that the cost of all this work will be borne by the developer of this project and not the other 3 properties that are served by this service line that comes through the subject parcel. So that's hopefully brief enough about water, about the water service. The other thing I wanted to touch on is 2 things. Greg Nucci, the architect, mentioned that we had done a topographic survey. We hired a land surveyor to do a full topographic survey of the complete parcel. And that topography is reflected on the revised drawing, in the revised drawing set, and it's that topography that we use to compute the areas with ground surface slopes equal to or greater than 25%. And then the last thing I wanted to touch on is stormwater management. The site is, I think I had explained this in our initial meeting. The site is divided, it's pretty obvious to see, divided into a northerly catchment area and a southerly catchment area by the rock outcrop that the estate residence sits on. In this northerly catchment area, the test pits that we did generally confirm the published soil mapping for this area of the site, that it is sands and gravels with a deep water table. With regard to stormwater management, unit number 1, the Gateway residence, the roof water from this residence will simply be discharged to the ground like most of our homes through its gutter and roof water leader system. The driveway, as I said earlier, is cross-sloped to drain to this broad lawn area. This lawn area is relatively flat and large, and as I indicated, the soils are permeable, so stormwater runoff in this northern catchment area will be handled simply by flowing over a broad flat sloped lawn area and allowed to infiltrate into the soil. There's no need for a formal structural solution for stormwater management. The passage of surface water runoff over a flat sloped vegetated surface where the soils are permeable is an acceptable method to handle stormwater runoff, including treatment for water quality. In the southern catchment area, behind where the parking court will be, and where the 2 new carriage house buildings and the 2 new garages will be, it's a different catchment area and different soil conditions. The soils are not the same sands and gravels as out front, but they are sandy with some gravel. There are deep pockets inside, not near the ledge outcrops, but inside the ledge outcrops areas. There are deep pockets. There's areas where we did test pits where we went down 7 and 9 feet with no signs of bedrock or groundwater. The way we are handling stormwater in the southern catchment area is to capture the roof water from the 2 carriage house roofs, the roof water from the 2 new garages, and the roof and the pavement water, surface water runoff from the parking court, direct it to a lawn inlet where it will enter a subsurface stormwater infiltration system and be infiltrated into the ground. There's been some discussion about the stormwater infiltration system and the fact that it will be constructed partially in fill material. We believe that that's okay and a standard of practice depending on the particular site. The fill will be chosen properly for use beneath a subsurface stormwater infiltration system. Really quickly, I think it's important to point out that there is a wetland located off-site to the southwest that was mapped some years ago, actually on behalf of the current owner of this property, who owned the property to the south at the time. There's also a wetland that has not been mapped to our knowledge off-site to the southeast. The wetland to the southwest, when we've gone through this in detail with the Inland Wetland Agent and Watercourses Agency, in short, we are not doing anything that would direct surface water runoff in a changed pattern towards this wetland. The wetland in the southeast corner, we are maintaining existing surface water drainage pattern. Surface water drains in this direction southeasterly and leaves the site and enters that offsite wetland area eventually. What we are doing to make improvements are we are removing the carriage house building, as Greg Nucci had said, creating a community garden which will be permeable surface, allow rainwater and precipitation to infiltrate into the ground. And we're also removing all of the pavement in front of this building. And in doing both of those, we are pulling back the closest impervious surface land cover from our property boundary closest to the offsite wetland to 110 feet. Today, we have a building within 4 feet or so of this close property boundary, and we have pavement right outside the building. So we're taking out that building, we're taking out about 2,800 or 2,900 square feet of pavement, creating a garden area and lawn area, pulling that impervious surface back so it's 110 feet from our property, and maintaining the same surface water drainage pattern, allowing surface water to run over the newly created lawn area and the garden area and the rain garden areas that John Cunningham spoke about. I think that covers my presentation. Be glad to answer questions later as the meeting proceeds, and I believe Mr. Hosley will speak next, and I will stop sharing.
Thank you, Mr. Ott.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman, Commission members. My name is Richard Hosley. I'm with Realty Securities at 44 Hamry Lane in Brantford, Connecticut. We are explosives engineers and consultants. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. Thank you for your volunteerism. I've come to realize the intimate details of this application from many different perspectives through the dedicated team of experts who, in comparison to other applications, have concerned themselves with many considerations. I'd like to move forward and share my screen if I may, Commissioner.
Please.
Okay, how did we do?
We can see it.
Oh, that's fantastic. It's like an epiphany. Because of the great detail of this, I'm in favor of this application, but that decision is yours to make. I want to be clear that my responsibilities are to provide the former town engineer who we just heard from, the applicant, and the town of Madison the tools, checklists, guides, references, and procedures to perform future safe rock removal projects. For my company, this is an ordinary construction project. Similar to the many projects that we have done and continue to do for generations. Up and down the shoreline, throughout the state, throughout the world. Important are the submittals that I have contributed to this application, my resume, a focus on the execution and impact of blasting on wetlands, which we discussed at our last meeting. This is a reference for guidelines, planning, processes, procedures, notification, blast design review, monitoring, and compliance, most of which is familiar to the fire marshal, the regulatory agency in Madison and in the state of Connecticut, of whom I've had the opportunity, fire marshals in the past, to train. In addition to submittals, we have a reference of assessments, site-specific assessments to the rock quantities, the conditions, and a mention of alternative methods for rock removal. Photos. This is what I've been up to since we met last. This is a project in Short Beach, 560 cubic yards for a rock removal project for a garage. You can see the blasting mats in the front, foreground of this photo to the left. Those are made from recycled elevator cable. This is a second view of the same project looking in a different direction. The houses in this project were between 18 feet for the owner's house, which you see up on the hill, which is being restored, to 32 and 42 feet for adjacent structures. The two stone posts were present and built when the original house was built and remained intact without damage throughout the project. Here is a swimming pool in Lyme, Connecticut of 177 cubic yards, a garage addition in Lyme. This all happened in the last month through our company actively. This is a project in Boston Park we just finished last week. It is a wonderful view of the ocean. One of the challenges with these projects is assuring that you don't back your equipment into the existing house or driveway or lawn area. The photo to the right is a corner of a carriage house, which is currently for sale for $850,000. This is a project that we did not do in the last couple of weeks. This is a project that I oversaw in Stockholm, Sweden a couple of years back. It's a building with an auto storage garage underneath and a tunnel to the lower left. These are projects that we do on a regular basis. Unfortunately, with some of these projects, there is temporary disruption. And during rock removal, there can be noise and dust, but this is temporary. And as we all know, no one likes change. But if we consider the long-term details of this construction, we can reflect on a beautiful premises in the future. Common to all of these projects, blasting is designed to protect the structure, the closest structure. Structures further away from the blast design receive further protection through principles of physics, monitoring, and documentation. Now that we bring ourselves back to Madison, I'd like to briefly discuss our executive summary on site. We talked about the rock type as the Waterford Group last time we met, a granitic gneiss characterized by tight, closed, predictable structure. Structure refers to the cracks and pre-existing form that you see in the rock type in the photo. What's nice about these pre-existing cracks is they break predictably. The rock breaks predictably, which is why, as we've discussed, this rock was used for dimensional stone, probably when the original Ledges Estate was built. Interesting thing about rock and its cleavage and its existing structure is something that one could relate to if you're familiar with firewood. Certain types of firewood splits very well. Ash, for example, has a grain to it. You can predictively split, if you will, certain thicknesses and certain sizes. Other types of firewood does not. If there's a knot or it's hickory or walnut, maybe that's aged or is wet. Fortunately, the rock on the ledges site is very predictable. And the free faces or points of relief that you see in these cliff faces at the corner, front, north, east corner of the ledges estate provides this predictable joint set linear jointing, which lends itself to relatively easy rock fragmentation. This is important. We talked about the dipping joints, the pre-existing cracks that are in this rock that form that dip at 33 degrees. These limit the line of excavation. The rock breaks along these, if you will, predictable grains. What's important from an explosives engineering perspective is that explosives energy from blasting does not migrate beyond the desired limits of rock excavation. Vibration from blasting will not cause cracks that migrate into the bedrock to the left of this photo because of the pre-existing crystal lineage. We've seen this example, and again, this is Holyoke basalt, but this is in New Britain, Connecticut. Evidence where the explosives energy in the drill holes didn't even destroy the drill holes, because the explosives engineer designed this stable slope in such a way that the explosives energy would not migrate into the rock mass. Specifically, I'd like to focus on the rock locations on the ledges proposal. And if you can bear with me, this is a view which is not easily viewed. And if I can get to the map in Adobe, we can hopefully enlarge it. Okay. As Mike Ott described, the entrance, Boston Post Road to the left of the image, the driveway along the west side, the Gateway residence. The Gateway residence and its location involves a rock removal area I call number 1. That rock removal area is approximately 3 feet by 15 feet by 5 feet. That equates to about 8 cubic yards of rock removal. We'll focus on this in a little bit. This is just a general overview at this point. The second rock area, which is interesting, is this rock area here, and I can close in on this a little bit, which Mike Ott also described as the driveway area. Mike mentioned that the proposed driveway area is going to have a crest reduction. That crest reduction driveway width is approximately 20 feet by 80 feet by a cut of 5 feet. Important in this area is the fact, as Michael Ott described, the water main travels through this area. It is my understanding, or certainly my belief and my experience and my opinion, that at some point in the near future, the water main on this property will be replaced with a modern, more reliable version. When that is done, it is my opinion that the water company, Connecticut Water Company, will lower that main to a depth that has 5 feet of cover. It is most likely currently not covered by 5 feet of cover. And rock will take place, rock blasting will take place, rock removal will take place, I should say, in this area to install the new water main. Rock location 3 would be in the location of the eastern side of the existing ledges estate for the proposed sewer main, if the proposal was to be accepted. The interesting thing about the forced sewer main is that it is at a relatively shallow depth because it won't freeze and will drain back upon itself due to its pitch. 3 feet by 75 feet long by 3 feet wide. The width is generous since these different sewer main individual pipes, I believe, and Mike can support this, are 2 inches in diameter. The fourth and final rock removal area is number 4, the proposed carriage house number 2, southwest corner. This area involves, this rock removal location involves an area that's 14 feet by 30 feet with a 5-foot cut, and that equates to 78 yards. I'd like to add that this area includes the 4 feet outside of the existing planned proposed building line, so that there is working room to install forms to pour concrete for these for the base of these structures. It also includes a depth below the frost footing for frost protection. With that, I'd like to get into a little more detail. Rock removal area number 1, the proposed residence. The lime line is the actual location of the wall. 4 feet outside that would lead us to the rock area that you see to the right to allow that 4-foot working room to install the forms we discussed. This is another view of the same location. The stake represents the corner of the residence itself. The Ledges estate is on top of the slope to the left. A summary of the gateway residence is included, and I think we covered that. 8 cubic yards. Estimated time frame for rock drilling and blasting, I've equated 3 hours to that. The interesting thing about this 3 hours assumes a couple of things. One, that the site, that obviously the trees are removed and the site is prepared properly. That would mean an earthen ramp to climb up to the extreme rock line of limitation. That earth ramp would also serve to help contain the rock fragmentation during the blasting process, and would also support setting blasting mats, as we discussed earlier in the past project we did a couple of weeks ago. An alternative method for rock removal could be drilling weakening holes. In layman's terms, we call that Swiss cheesing the rock, so to speak. We drill holes on 1 foot by 3 foot centers, possibly 3 inches, 3.5 inches in diameter, and using a 5,000 to 7,000 pound breakout force hydraulic hammer on an excavator to chip the rock. I estimated the time to do this at 7 to 10 hours. I wanted to bring up the question of blast duration. I mentioned that the estimated time for blasting in this area would be 3 hours. But interestingly enough, from my engineering perspective, this would be 1 blast. And if you're familiar with the duration of a blast duration is 250 to 2,500 milliseconds. Essentially, that is 1/4 of a second to 2.5 seconds. That is the duration of the time a blast detonates and creates ground vibration and sound as an alternative energy source. Covered that a little bit in our previous slide relative to ground motion and monitoring using a seismograph. Taking us into the next location, the driveway area. 20 feet by 8 feet by 5 foot cut leaves us to 296 yards of rock removal. This is the largest area on the site to have rock removal. And again, that would include lowering the driveway and installing the water main. Interesting thing about this situation is we honestly do not have any test holes that I'm aware of in the driveway, so we're not certain that the rock is exactly right under the pavement. I assume it's not because there is little differential settlement in the driveway, and you would see that if the driveway was shallow to ledge or if there was ledge in one location and compacted or unconsolidated fill in another location. Again, drilling weakening holes and using a 5,000 to 7,000 pound breakout force hydraulic hammer would lead to possibly 40 to 60 hours of hydraulic hammering versus 18 hours of blasting. Critical thing about this situation is the blast design would be designed to protect the structure to the left. That is the retaining wall for the estate, the ledge's estate. The retaining wall could be as close as 10 to 15 feet from the blast design. The blast would be designed to protect that structure without compromising it. As we discussed earlier, if you design a blast to protect a structure at a close distance, within reason, based on topography, you protect a structure at a further distance, specifically if that distance is 5 to 10 times the distance of the structure you're trying to protect. I'm sorry. Our next location is a reference that Mike Ott made, and that is the cross section of the driveway. You can see at the highest point at elevation 35.5 or elevation 35, there's approximately a 3.5 foot cut to lower the driveway. So with that thought, depending on how much rock is there, and I estimated a couple of feet, you would also have to blast for the water main in a narrow trench. I came up with a figure of 20 by 80 by 5 foot cut. Another area that requires blasting, as we discussed in our overview, is for the forced sewer main, which traverses to the south past the ledge's estate, just on the right side of the building that you see in this photograph. This is looking north. This is a photo we looked at earlier. This is the opposite side of the house looking south. We discussed the fact that 3 feet by 75 feet by 3 feet yields approximately 25 yards. This is a sensitive area for blasting because it is adjacent not only to the ledge's estate, but the property line and the adjacent resident to the east. Estimated time for drilling and blasting for this area is much larger than it normally would be because of those parameters. Estimated time for rock drilling and hydraulic hammering, 24 to 35 hours. It would behoove the applicant to examine the opportunity to chip, drill, weakening holes, or hammer in certain areas prior to blasting to see if that was effective, efficient, and protective to certain areas of the ledge's estate. The fourth area, as we saw earlier, was the carriage house number 2, which is just outside the wetland review area. Photographs of that. This rock face to the right would remain during construction and during excavation. This line represents the 4 foot outside for the limits of excavation, and the stake right here represents the corner of the rock excavation. Another look at that line. And the details. 14 feet by 30 feet by 5 feet equates to 78 cubic yards of rock and approximately 6 hours of drilling and blasting. I would expect that blasting would occur in this location in 2 different blasting intervals, which would be between 1/2 a second to 2.5 seconds in vibration and sound duration. Certainly an alternative to this would be rock drilling and or hydraulic hammering. In some cases, rock drilling to perforate the rock is not necessary, and hydraulic hammering can accomplish that work on itself. Drilling weakening holes certainly provides a point of relief, which is assist hammering and reduce it. And again, this is a summary. And as you can see in blue, the rock removal area in the driveway equates to about 72% of the rock removal on the site. I've estimated the total yardage, which I think is very close within reason, to 407 cubic yards and approximately 43 to 47 hours of blasting, and possibly 91 to 130 hours of rock hammering. Relative to the 49 blasting permits issued in Madison since 2010, we know that there were 64 that goes beyond that in record that I presented at our last meeting. The ledges falls well below the average, in my opinion, past amount of rock removal quantities per project for blasting permits issued in Madison. How do I know this? The question was asked. Well, many of these projects I was involved in and conducted myself, or my father did, or my grandfather did, or we bid these projects, or did not take on these projects because they felt that there wasn't the necessary support outlined in my focus on the impact and execution of blasting related to wetlands and adjacent structures. In my opinion, this is not a large rock removal project. This is a common, ordinary rock removal project. However, it should be well planned and executed like every rock removal project. And it should take into account the closest existing structure, all the adjacent structures, but the existing structure, which is the Ledges Estate itself. The rock removal portion of this project is dynamic and requires planning, changes, and monitoring, which is why concurrent review of the blast design and utilizing vibration analysis and sound monitoring is essential. In conclusion, and thank you for bearing with me, as a third-generation explosives engineer, blasting for the ledges of Madison in Madison, this proposed project, can realistically be conducted without causing damage to the Ledges Estate, utilities, distant or adjacent properties. I'm comfortable in deriving this conclusion that blasting for the application as presented can be performed without compromising the structural or cosmetic integrity of adjacent structures. The degree of assurance in the safety, as well as attaining these goals and requirements, are dynamic as mentioned, and on site directly proportional to the qualifications in site and direct involvement of those responsible for the notifications, pre-blast plan, blast design, and review during implementation and execution of the blasting and construction installation operations. Again, thank you for bearing with me for my passion, and I will be available to answer questions upon conclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Hasley.
Thank you.
Mr. Clark, if I may, I believe Mr. Ott wanted to quickly run through the septic design that he neglected to do in his presentation. So if we could return it to him to explain that briefly, with your permission, of course.
Certainly, and briefly.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I expected that you would want it to be brief, and I apologize. I completely forgot. I got wrapped up in the water service for the property and completely forgot to talk about septic. So I'll make it very quick. Today, in the front broad lawn area, there are leaching fields and septic tanks for the estate, the Ledges Estate residents, as well as the carriage house in the back. There's also a leaching field in this area, approximately for the apartment at the end of the estate building. All of those will be removed. In the proposal, all leaching fields will be in the front broad lawn area. The septic tanks for the Gateway residents, the 2 units and the 2 units in the estate residents will be in the front lawn area here. The septic tanks and wastewater effluent pumping stations for the 4 units, 2 each 2 units in each of the 2 carriage house buildings will be in the rear. Wastewater effluent will be pumped up around carriage house building number 1 along the easterly property line to a junction chamber where it will flow by gravity down to the leaching fields. So all leaching fields will be located out front in the broad lawn area where the soil conditions are appropriate for the disposal of residential wastewater effluent. There's been some comments and questions about who regulates these systems. It is my understanding, it's always been my understanding, that these systems would be regulated by the local health department. When the questions came up and the comments came up that they were not regulated locally, but that they were regulated by the state, I called the state, as I often do, to confirm my understanding, and I spoke to the state health department. They confirmed my understanding that they will be regulated by the local health department. They are just as all practicing engineers do. They are designed in accordance with the requirements of the state public health code for these types of systems, for this type of development, and for this type of typical domestic residential wastewater. They are designed in accordance with the requirements of the state public health code. The town's health department will review the final designs. If we did soil testing with the town's health department present, if in the final review, if the town's health department would like additional soil testing, which sometimes happens, I just did it Monday with the health department, same thing. We will complete that additional soil testing with them. That in summary is what I wanted to say about the wastewater systems. And thank you for letting me speak again.
Thank you, Mr. Rott.
I think that brings us to Mr. Guzkowski. John, are you prepared to present?
Sure. Hi. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name, for the record, is John Guzkowski. I'm a principal with the Tyche Planning and Policy Group based in Vernon, Connecticut. I am a certified planner. I have accreditations from the American Institute of Certified Planners, from the U.S. Green Building Council, and the Institute for Sustainable Infrastructure. I have 20 years experience doing municipal planning in Connecticut, reviewing applications for municipalities on behalf of municipalities, very much like this proposal. In fact, I do consulting work for a number of small municipalities like Madison. And in fact, for the last 8 years, I have served as consulting town planner across the Hammonasset River in Clinton. Again, reviewing development proposals very similar to this. And that is why the applicant, the property owner, asked me to basically put on my town planner hat and review this application as if it were an application before one of the commissions that I serve. And that is what I did. And when I do a review like that, which I basically submitted as a piece of testimony, and hopefully folks got it, and I apologize for the length. It's a fairly dense 7-page document, and appreciate the attention that people were able to devote to it. But we basically ask, as planners, a couple of fundamental questions. Number one, does this meet the regulations? And number two, as a special permit use, does this application advance the plan of conservation and development? And so what I have done is I undertook a review of these plans, the latest plans, the civil, architectural, landscape plans, as well as the narrative and additional details. I reviewed the Town of Madison regulations, zoning regulations, as well as the plan of conservation and development. And I can confidently say, as a municipal planner with over 20 years experience doing this exact work, that this application absolutely does meet both your regulations and advance the goals of the plan of conservation and development. In the plan of conservation and development specifically, there are repeated policy statements and goals about both diversifying the town's housing opportunities and increasing appropriate activity and development density in the areas proximate to that would be supportive of Madison Center. And one of the most immediate and obvious ways that a town can advance the goals and policies of the Plan of Conservation and Development is seen through their zoning regulations. And so in 2018, your commission, Planning and Zoning, at your request, town staff drafted Section 3.12, the small cluster development regulations, targeted at very specific places in town and created for the express purpose of advancing the goals of Plan of Conservation and Development. And having reviewed those minutes from the meetings at which Mr. Anderson was charged with developing these regulations, they were specifically called out to advance the goals of the Plan of Conservation and Development and increase the level of appropriate residential activity in areas that would be supportive of Madison Center. So in brief, the regulation that this commission requested Mr. Anderson draft and that you subsequently adopted is a regulation that allows for the gentle increase in residential density in these areas near Madison Center that are specifically called out that would be compatible with the neighborhood character and supportive of Madison Center. So I think there's no question that the regulation, small cluster development, is an advancement and a delivery upon the goals of the Plan of Conservation and Development. So then the next question is, does this particular application for the ledges to create a small cluster development, does it satisfy Section 3.12 of the zoning regulations? And 3.12 goes through a number of sort of basic mathematical things. Location criteria. This is, within that 500-foot area. It's along a state road. So it satisfies location criteria. It satisfies density. It satisfies coverage, unit size, height, maximum number of units, and all of those things are designed in this site to satisfy the letter and intent of Section 3.12. And this satisfaction of the letter of the regulation has been verified and re-verified by the applicant and the applicant's support team of experts with multiple surveys. So there is no question that the density is appropriate to the regulation, that the civil and architectural and landscape designs have been put together carefully and meticulously to meet Section 312. Some of the other sections of Section 312 deals with parking. The parking is screened. It's within garages. The site layout is clustered, has common areas. It has sidewalks to support pedestrian mobility. The landscaping and architectural design have been given enormous attention and have been tweaked and revised per both staff comments and community comments. The ACCA recently did approve this approach, and particularly the architectural design, which was designed basically to preserve as much of the existing ledges home as possible, and for the remainder of the buildings to reflect the historic architectural character of not only this building, but the immediate neighborhood context as well. Through my narrative, and I think this team of specialists that have been assembled have been presenting to you not only this evening, but the last public hearing session as well. I think demonstrated the tremendous amount of attention to detail and sensitivity that this proposal was put together specifically to satisfy the intent and details of Section 312. So then the next question is, okay, this is, in compliance with the Plan of Conservation and Development, in compliance with Section 3.12, it's a special exception. And so the town also has in its zoning regulations, Section 4.4, which are your special exception criteria, special exception conditions. And these are basically designed to give you the opportunity to ask yourself whether this application satisfies the fundamental purpose of zoning regulations is to satisfy public health, safety, welfare of the community, and to advance the goals of the Plan of Conservation and Development. And so without getting too lost in the details, and there's been a tremendous amount of discussion about the very specific details, pulling back just a little bit, we have to remember that this is fundamentally a small scale, moderate density residential development in a residential zone. You're going from 3 units to 7 units. And it's zoomed out, it's an incredibly small bore change that's being proposed. And there's very little reason to fear for the overall public health, safety, and welfare of the community as a whole, or the immediate property and neighborhood of this proposal. Now, for the most part, about some of those technical details, things like the septic, things like blasting, things like drainage, I will certainly defer to technical experts, particularly Mike Ott, Rick Hosley, the experts that you've heard from on site preparation. In my review of their plans, in my review of their response to questions and concerns from the commission, from the neighbors, they have diligently responded to all those concerns. And I have no reason to believe that this application proposes any public health, safety, and welfare concern. Now, I understand, as Mr. Hosley said, that change is hard. Construction is disruptive. And neighbors are understandably daunted by the idea of blasting, despite the fact that it's incredibly safe and of much shorter duration than the alternatives, such as basically jackhammering the site for days on end. And having trucks in the area, having site grading activity, construction activity, no one relishes the idea of the disruption that having trucks backing up onto the property and hearing their backing beeps. It's annoying, it's disruptive, but they're very, very short term, very small bore issues. Great pains have been taken to be certain that this design and construction approach is very sensitive, is very safe, and importantly, is as limited a duration of disruption as possible. But these are minor concerns. Your charge, planning and zoning members, is to look at the big picture, is to make plans to shape the future of the town for the next 40, 50, 60 years when we are all gone. And is our opportunity to lay the groundwork for what that future Madison looks like. And you have done so in your plan of conservation and development, and the regulations that deliver upon that future are seen in your zoning regulations, and specifically in this case in section 3.12, where you have specifically said this is the exact type of development that you would like to see to be supportive of Madison Center in the way that you have stated it ought to be supported in your plan of conservation and development. So you made the plans, you wrote the regulations, you stated what you wanted in no uncertain terms. And this application has delivered upon every one of those items. And that is what your charge is to recognize that you have a plan that delivers upon your goals when it sits there in front of you. That's what the plan is for, that's what the regulation is for, and that's what this application has provided you to do. And I encourage you strongly to look upon it favorably. And I'd be happy to answer questions at the appropriate time.
I think you might be muted, Mr. Chairman.
I was muted. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Guzikowski, and appreciate that. And I was turning it over to you, Attorney McKeon.
Okay. So at about 3:20 today, I received a I don't know, 7 or 8 page letter from Attorney Ainsworth calling into question largely the statements and conclusions Mr. Guzikowski just stated. I have comments to those, but I'm not sure whether you'd like me to go through those now, or do you want to have him present his letter and then I can comment after it's.
That might be the correct way to do it. I think what I'd like to do is that finish with your presenters.
Yes, we don't have anyone else to present tonight.
So what I would like to do is see if any commission members have any questions of what's been talked about tonight. to ask of the applicant? Anyone, please raise your hand if you do. Yes, Jim Madison. And you are muted, Jim.
No, I know, I just had to find the mouse to get it up there to unmute it. So my understanding, going back to Mr. Hosley's presentation, is there's two choices to remove the 407 cubic yards of material that's needed to make this project work. And that is either 43 to 47 hours of blasting or 91 to 130 hours of jackhammering. Is that right? It's an either or type of thing. It's not a combination.
I apologize. I had the same trouble with my mouse. That is not an either or. I mentioned the site is very dynamic. I think there are some opportunities to do some test drilling, some exploratory excavation to determine if possibly none of those need to be done in certain locations. And there are other alternatives to rock removal besides the two that I mentioned. There is a product called expanding cement that is used to crack rock. I think it still involves drilling. That takes a phenomenal amount of time and is not always productive or predictable.
So the answer to my question is, it's not an either or. It could be a combination of both or something else.
Most certainly. And there could be hammering without drilling. There could be drilling and hammering in conjunction with each other. The blasting aspect of it is drilling and blasting. The blasting is a very short duration activity. The preparation, drilling, setting the charges, setting blasting mats, putting down earth to contain the rock mass, that involves encompasses that whole time frame.
Okay. The other question I have, it's kind of related to this, is for Unit 1, the gatehouse building. I know you're going into, I think, maybe X number of feet into the rock face that's in front of the estate house. Why is it necessary to take that out? Why does that building, as proposed, need to be that far back? Is it to accommodate septic? I know it shouldn't be a setback issue from the front, but it might be. So I don't know if that's it's really not a question for you, Mr. Hosley, but it might be to the architect or the engineer.
And Mike, would you like to respond to that?
Yes, I could try. Yep.
Thank you.
So the building was placed, its location was placed in conjunction with the architect and the landscape architect. There are, as I'm sure you know, or I should back up. It is, as you said, it is not a building setback issue that's driving it. The building has to be a certain distance back from the driveway in order to provide a good length of a car, ability to be able to park in the driveway. The location, in addition, the location of all the septic systems and septic tanks play into the location of the building. So, and the building is, and maybe Rick Hosley can talk about this again. I think there's a minor amount of rock removal required for the construction of that building. It may not be as large as you may have said, if I heard you right. Rick, could you confirm that?
Well, we can go back and review that. I was generous in all the areas I felt there was rock removal. Obviously, you can see the existing rock faces and rock cuts, but there are certain locations where we can only imagine that the rock continues at a certain angle and there is rock present. But until we do some excavation, I don't believe it is a major increase or decrease based on my experience.
Thank you. That answers my two questions. Now I may have some later. Thank you, Ron.
Thanks, Jim. Any other questions? I don't have everybody on my, it's split between two screens, so I may not see a hand raised.
Ron?
Yeah,
Yes.
Tom Berlin had his hand up first.
Please, Tom.
Yeah, along the same line that Jim was going down, there appears to be 4 areas of rock removal. The crown of the driveway, which I think is evident that you have to do something there. The carriage house at the front, and you know, one of the things that seems to be an option would be to reduce the size of that building to accommodate the current topology. So instead of removing the rock, just make the building in that area just a little bit smaller. In the upper area, one of the carriage houses, is there a way that you can just work with the existing topology and not remove any rock, and say pin the footings to the ledge? And then one thing I'd asked Mike Ott is, currently, I think you said that the structure where the garage is today is served, the septic is served by the front leaching fields. And if that's the case, why do you need to, why couldn't you use that same line, if you will, or area to run the sewer line to the front? Those are my questions.
Thank you, Tom.
So I can answer your last question, Tom. So yes, there's a pump station down by the carriage house, a wastewater pump station, and there's a line that was put in the recent past, maybe within the past 10 years or so, maybe I should say, that runs diagonally through the rear of the site and down the driveway to the leaching field in that broad lawn area. Our design separates all the force mains, the lines that will carry the wastewater effluent, completely out of that area, so that it is free for the new water main, all the water services, and the stormwater facilities to meet all the required separation distances. If that helps.
Yeah, it does, and potentially somebody else on the group of experts could address the other questions. Thank you.
Greg Nucci, can you talk about the location of that rear cottage house that is requiring a small area of blasting in the southwest?
Yes, I'm sorry, I had to unmute myself. Are you talking about the southwest? Okay. And Mike didn't really talk about this, but the size of the circular driveways is for, I believe it's the largest emergency vehicle of the town of Madison to be able to come up the hill and turn around. So that was a public safety, it's a requirement, but it was a thing that we, took seriously. And so that kind of pushed the buildings where they are outward of that circle. And we also had, minimum parking space depths and requirements to deal with. There may be there still needs to be some rock removal in that area that you're talking about, but we may be able to slide things of, a few feet here and there to kind of help the situation. But maybe Rick could, chime in on that. But I think there's probably an adjustment of a few feet, but there's certainly not an adjustment of 10 feet or 15 feet that we could look at. I don't know if that answered your question or not, but that was the.
I guess the question is, instead of, is there a way to build over the rock as opposed to remove the rock?
We have to get down below frost depth for freeze and thaw situation. So in Connecticut, that's 42 inches. There are some certain circumstances that we can pin to existing rock, and without actually doing excavations to see the conditions down there, I think that's a determination that we can make as we go. But again, you'd have to almost dig up that whole area to figure out those elevations, because what's under the ground is kind of unknown at this point, other than what we're using our professional opinions to kind of speculate how the rock faces kind of slide down below the earth. So I guess, yes, you can pin. We've pinned before. So I guess that's my answer to that question.
Okay, Tom? Tom?
Yep, I'm good.
Good. More questions from the commission?
Dr. Hay?
Yeah, I also have a question for Mr. Hosley. And you, I think, might have alluded to this already, but just to clarify, you said you don't really know what the rock is under the driveway. So just curious how you estimated the amount of blasting that will be necessary there.
I know the rock type, but we don't know how much overburden or subbase there is between the bituminous asphalt and the top of the rock. So I just assumed that the rock was right underneath the asphalt in terms of giving you that volume dimension to give a actually greater dimension than probably what exists. Keep in mind, there is a channel where there is no rock to a certain depth at the location of the existing water main. So the fact that that water main trench is there will help to provide a point of relief for rock removal from both sides, free faces to chip. But ultimately, as I think Greg mentioned, unless we can see it, it's very difficult to predict the exact volume. So we just drew a rectangle and said, well, this rectangle falls here. We've got to get to this depth. This is our estimate.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Tucker. Anyone else? None. I'd like to shift a little bit. And a little of this may impinge on the Wetlands Agency's discussion, but the community garden, in looking at the diagram and so forth, it appears there's like 450 square feet of garden, 2 feet beds. And they were talking about conditions of approval for organic and non-organic fertilizers and that type of thing to protect the wetlands. The question is, maybe John Cunningham or someone else, is there any way to guesstimate, quantify that if this condition of approval was never adhered to, what potential damage could be, placed on the wetlands by doing that, fertilizing those gardens too much or with inappropriate pesticides and things?
Chairman Clark, John Cunningham. I'll start, and then if I need Mike Ott to back me up, I'll go to Mr. Ott. The entire garden area would be a permeable installation, meaning the carriage house would be removed. We would need at least 18 inches of depth for both crushed stone and processed stone.
No, excuse me, Mr. Cunningham. I'm talking about the planters themselves, the 2 feet high, 3 by 50 or whatever they are. If those vegetables and produce were fertilized irresponsibly, what might be the potential impact, negative impact on the nearby wetlands from doing just that in those boxes? Any way you can speculate? How much risk did you put at?
I'm not a soil expert
Yeah.
on that, but anyone that gardens knows that there are usually some form of fertilization used when the vegetables have started. They are not large garden areas. They are 24 inches high. So that soil in that garden box would drop down into a permeable base that would then be absorbed into the ground and would not move really off site. Our area around the gardens is going to be more of a rain garden effect instead of the lawn area. So that is going to capture any of the runoff from the rest of the area. So in my professional opinion, no, the gardens aren't going to have any impact whatsoever on the wetland area.
Well, just to complete my train of thought, I was thinking that, it's not what I envision as a particularly sunny area. And I don't see the community garden itself as a nice feature, but not an essential amenity to a potential fire, whether it could be, for example, moved to a sunnier area up against the ledge in the front of the building. It's only a garden. And then that area where the building is now be converted into some type of a rain garden or area where through vegetation and habitat might over time enrich and assist the wetlands that are there to flourish rather than put them at risk with the potential of people not sticking to the rules with how it was fertilized. So it's just a thought that went through my head. It's not a recommendation. It's just a thought. How essential is that to the scope of the entire project?
Oh, I don't think, Ron, I'll say for both the client and the team, we discussed that at today's meeting. I don't think the garden is an integral part of the whole development. I have put them on other projects where people like to get out and do something because it's an active process, meaning you're going there, you're working in the soil. And we're going to discuss that whole area, which is about 3,500 square feet, with John DeLore moving forward after the application is approved. So if it does become an entire rain garden without gardens, it's not going to change our application. And if the town thought that was a better course for us to move towards, that's fine with me. And I believe fine with the team.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham.
Thank you.
I see Carol Snow with her hand raised.
Thank you, Ron. I actually want to follow up on what you were just asking, because the conditions for approval, the proposed condition for approval seem to indicate that the homeowners association will agree to not use fertilizers and pesticides from the lawn area as well as the garden area. So it's not just a couple of raised beds that I think might impact the wetlands. It's the entire property, really, if those conditions aren't met.
I can speak to that issue somewhat. The statement of conditions from the wetlands approval started with a discussion about fertilizers and pesticides. There is on file in the wetlands application, and I believe also in this application, a letter from Mr. Cunningham imposing the obligation on the property owner or the homeowners association, as the case may be, to maintain an organic program of fertilization and pesticide. The conditions from the wetlands ultimately ended with the request that a rain garden be located between the area where the surface water, to the extent it exceeds or overflows from the fairly large infiltration basin. Mr. Cunningham tells me that will happen next to never, but that surface water, if it were to fill up the infiltration basin and come out of the intake and flow, that a rain garden be located somewhere between that point and the community garden, which is why Mr. Cunningham just explained that we can put a rain garden, which is a depressed area that has plants that are designed to be in water or wet areas prior to the garden area. So that is what we were contemplating with respect to the direction from Wetlands Agency. I don't know if that answers your question, but the conditions were talked about and started in one place and ended up in another after my review of the YouTube recording of the hearing, which I did yesterday. So I think Mr. Cunningham does make a good point that if that garden area needs to be made more of a rain garden in an area that essentially people keep their hands off of, then we could do it and provide a common amenity space or garden areas elsewhere on the site. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Okay, any other commission questions? No more at this point? All right. Normally what I would do here is now ask the public if they have any questions, and I say questions, and I mean that specifically, not their positions or feelings about the application, that comes later on, but questions they would like to have answered. However, since we have another party involved, I would ask Attorney Ainsworth, if you choose to, would you like to make your presentation now, or would you like to defer until after the public has asked questions of the applicant for decision?
Mr. Chairman, I think that would be really inappropriate for me to go now. I think the public waited through 2.5 hours plus last time. They've waited through 2 hours this time. I think it's time for the public to be heard. I would absolutely like to defer to them.
I didn't want to, I wanted to get your opinion, and I agree with it. So with that, we will ask, and I say, again, this is not the point where you're asking for your position on any part of it. You're asking for questions about the application itself. Please keep it kind. Please keep it simple. And if you are interested in asking questions, electronically raise your hand and Dave Anderson will call on you.
And then in addition to that, if you could raise your hand, and then when I allow you to talk and you unmute yourself, just please state your name and address for the record. So I see one hand up currently, Shelley Farmer. Shelley, go ahead. Ms. Farmer, if you'd like to unmute yourself and talk.
Good evening. This is a quick question. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My question tonight revolves around what's being done to avoid or minimize or mitigate what will happen to the existing wildlife that is found on 856 Boston Post Road and the surrounding areas and neighbors around the project. Surrounding ledges, we've observed fox, deer, woodchucks, bobcats, coyote, turtles, bats, egrets, and multiple species of birds, including owls, red-tailed hawks, and an occasional eagle. With the disruption of their habitat, the animals have to, those that can adapt will survive, but those that can't will move to other areas in town or not move at all. So my question, I'm disheartened that I've seen nothing to address this dire issue in the applicant's application, and wonder what the plans are to be sure that wildlife is protected. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can respond initially, and I'm not sure if anyone else on our team wants to respond, but I obviously read read letters, frankly, criticisms of me about that. And I too enjoy seeing wildlife in my residential neighborhood, just like everyone else. And I came to the conclusion that the wildlife will be very much like the human life. This will present a momentary inconvenience and perhaps a time to go somewhere else and return. The site itself, we have no information that a construction project like this is disturbing anything on site. That doesn't mean that construction activities on site, noise, etc., won't disturb and cause habitats to want to flee from that. But this site is a site that exists on the main thoroughfare through town. And somebody could simply knock down the building there and build a single family home without any permits, and could and may have effect on wildlife temporarily. So my response to that is that we believe there is a temporary effect on wildlife. I don't know whether anyone else on my team has anything to add to that, Mr. Cunningham or Mr. Ott. I think you're muted, John Cunningham, if you're talking.
Once again, John Cunningham. All I could say, I'm not a wildlife expert. I have done a lot of large developmental projects here in Madison. One specifically on Green Hill Road in Madison, the Etherton Estate, which was an old goat farm. When it was developed, there were a lot of animals on it, specifically owls. The entire property has been subdivided, developed, and we're working on one of the last lots that's on Cops Road right now. And sure enough, the same owls that were there 25 years ago when I started with the family developing the lots are still at that same lot. From my past experience, when development does start on a lot like that, animals will move off of it and find other areas. But a lot of animals are very territorial, and they will make their way back in after the development or construction has finished. If that helps out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next up is David Kadamus.
Yes, thank you. This is David Kadamus at 7 Fence Creek Drive, Madison, Connecticut. My question is, can you convert, I mean, you listed out the number of hours or minutes of blasting, but the reality is you have to mobilize trucks and you got to mobilize people and all those other things. So our experience here on East Wharf recently was they were estimating relatively few number of hours of blasting, but it ended up going over 8 weeks. Can you convert that to actual work days and number of weeks that were out there? Because my suspicion is that you're talking somewhere between 7 to 12 weeks of actual work to complete the blasting and the drilling.
I estimated 43 to 48 hours of drilling and blasting. Essentially, if you consider 8-hour days, it's 6 days. 6 days of drilling and blasting. If we divide the estimated number of hours for hammering, I think we had a minimum of 91 hours. Divided by 8 is 11 days. So I think the rock removal falls in that category. Again, I think those are reasonable time periods. And I think they're realistic based on the projects that I showed you earlier in my presentation today. I've had firsthand experience in the last 3 weeks with projects very similar to this. It's not to say that this work is dynamic. When you get into a situation, safety is number one, and there have to be changes, ongoing changes, to accommodate less rock or whatever situation, like water, for example, or changes in weather conditions, that sort of thing.
So would it be possible that you could, in fact, based on conditions in the field, that those estimates you have could double?
I don't believe so, no. And I'm not familiar with the wharf project that you've referred to, but I'd love to be, because something sounds very unusual about that. There was some unforeseen circumstance, I guess, on that project if it was estimated by a professional and took that much more time.
Well, it was right across the street, basically from, it was on 57 East Wharf. So it's, that's the reason I'm just raising, the original estimate versus the actual was quite different.
Again, I'm not familiar with that project and don't understand why there was a delay.
Good question. Thank you, Dave.
Hey, would any other attendees like to talk and ask a question? Please raise your hand. All right.
None at this point.
Yes, it looks like Jerry Birnbaum. Jerry, you may need to unmute.
Yep,
There you
I
go.
got it. Thank you for your time and effort. This is Jerry Birnbaum, 9 Bushnell Lane. I'm just curious, okay? My main objection to this project is the house in the front, okay? We've got a beautiful streetscape down this whole neighborhood, and then to the west, all along the church, next to the church green, we have a beautiful streetscape. I wonder if the applicant would ever consider removing that carriage house in the front of their development.
I can speak to that question first, and I don't know if Greg or anyone else wants to talk about it. The carriage house in the front, I'm sure you've seen raised initial objections from people about its orientation and that it faces to the west as opposed to facing Boston Post Road. At the initial session before ACA, Mr. Nucci presented his presentation on the positioning of that home. And I believe it was Matt Williams who indicated that the positioning of that home, initially he had a question like you do about it being located there. And Mr. Nucci walked him through that project, and Mr. Williams said, now that I understand this project, I completely see why this house is oriented to the west. And a lot of time and effort was put in and discourse between Mr. Nucci and the members of ACA about the way the front of the facade that faces Boston Post Road of that Gateway residence was going to look in terms of whether it had shutters, the size and width of the chimney, a number of other factors that were changed. And at the end of the day, the ACA chairperson, Ms. Ardolino, and Mr. Williams really liked and appreciated that gateway house as the entree to the community. And that is the story, as Mr. Nucci indicated before, upon which the design is based. And given the amount of time, effort, and resources that this applicant is going to have to go through in order to deliver what we believe to be a very important and desperately needed project in Madison, providing a type of diverse housing option that we've already seen as being completely in demand, just based on the one project that we have so far, that the need for the Gateway House is vital both to the feasibility of the project and to the entire story of the architectural design of the community itself. Greg,
Well,
miss anything there?
I respectfully disagree with you entirely and the ACA group. I think it does not serve any purpose there. We've got a beautiful promenade down Main Street on Birnbaum Lane, and to put that as what I feel is an eyesore out in the front there, that's why I'm asking if, I really object to it there. I've been a resident here for close to 75 years. This whole neighborhood has not changed in 105, 110 years. And it just is really an eyesore to me. And I just want to voice my true objection to this whole thing. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerry. Any more questions, Dave?
No hands raised.
Okay. At this point, I see we're at 9:30. I'd maybe consult with Attorney Ainsworth. Counselor, any feel for how long your presentation or how much time you'd like to take for your presentation?
Well, certainly I would like to get the public's input as much as we can, because I think you tend to lose them when you get to the third meeting. But as for my presentation, I have about 30 minutes myself, because there's a lot of ground to cover. But my experts will probably be another 15, 20 minutes, probably each. Probably 15 or 20 for Steve Trinkus, the engineer, and George Logan, probably on the slightly shorter side. And then Mr. Sissel, probably slightly shorter than that. So a little over an hour, 15 minutes, hour and a half total for our side.
So, and I'm thinking out loud now. I'm not trying to dictate anything, which could take us to 11 o'clock in the range of, and then I don't see any way in the world that with the follow-up, and we may get more people to express their positions at an earlier time of the evening. Can I make a suggestion to the commission as well as to the council that I would be willing to, rather than wait till our zoning meeting next month, put this perhaps the only item on our agenda for our planning meeting on the first Monday, which would be what, the 3rd, Dave?
I believe that's correct. I'll double
June
check.
3rd, 2 weeks from now. And be able to close it out that way. Does that make sense? Because we're not going to finish tonight. There's just no way we can go that late.
Are you addressing me or the commission?
Well, and anyone who wishes, both of the above, all of the above.
Hey, Ron, it's Tom. I would agree to that, as long as we had the interveners speak first next time.
Well, that's next on the list.
Yep.
But to start, and that was my thought, Tom, if Attorney Ainsworth says, an hour and 15 minutes or an hour and a half in his presentation brings us close to 11 o'clock. And, we're still not done with summation and with public position, which I'm sure will have quite a few. So that was my thought, to give, and that way, Mr. Attorney Ainsworth's crew would not feel rushed. There'd be plenty of time, starting at 7 o'clock in 2 weeks. And we could take it as far as we need to that evening. So anyone who has an opinion on that, please share it, including the attorneys.
Ron, I have a question, not necessarily an opinion, but would it be worth allowing the public to either speak in favor or oppose to the application this evening? I don't, it's a question as to whether that makes sense in terms of sequence or not.
And if I could address that as well, it's always been my strong opinion that the public hearings are fundamentally a public hearing for public input. And since we have a lot of people waiting, I always tend to defer if there's people waiting, because then once they've said their piece, many of them will not return because they've said their piece or they've asked their question. Once they're done, I think they've participated. And I can always do my thing at your convenience. So
If you don't feel that what you may have to say may enlarge their position on it or change their opinion of it, I have no problem with it. But your side is to be heard. You may offer some compelling information that would change a mind or two. I don't know.
entirely possible, but I'm willing to take the risk that that whatever I say is, or my team says, is additional information. If people really are that interested in what the interveners have to say, they'll come back. But I think many of the people in general, not just this application, but in general, people tend to go to meetings to make a generalized comment. And as Attorney McKeon noted, they tend to fall in certain categories.
So I'm a little bit insulted. You're saying this is not must-see TV, then, is what you're saying. I see Jim Madison with his hand up.
Yeah, I guess I'm, we've heard several hours now from the applicant, and I know that there are a number of people that really have wanted to speak up. And I think it's kind of unfair to put them off again. I don't know that we can really get a lot out of doing the whole thing with Attorney Ainsworth, his team, and then the folks who want to speak either for or against all tonight. But I think we should go beyond what we've gone right now just to give those folks a chance to speak.
I agree 100%.
I certainly think that's an excellent point, Jim. Thank you. Everybody in agreement with that?
Yes.
All right, so what we'll do is at this point, we'll ask the public to comment. I will first ask those who may be in favor of the project to speak, then I will ask after they are done, those who are in opposition. But just a couple of points. Number one, I'm not going to limit anybody on what they say, but I would like everyone to realize that, for example, if you've written a letter, there is no need to read the letter to get it into the record. We have read it, we understand it, and it has already been accounted for, so to speak. So that is not necessary. If you choose to do so, that's your decision, but it's not necessary. And I just mentioned that in the interest of time. I know that the other thing is redundancy, that I know there's some opposition to certain elements of this, and saying the same thing 30 times does not make it any less significant or more significant. So if that reduces what you need to say or want to say, that would work fine, but only in the essence of time. And I hope that's understood. And with that, I will ask then for anyone who is willing or wants to speak in favor of the application to electronically raise their hand, and Dave will call on you. And as he said earlier, please provide your name and address when you speak.
Right. Actually, have Peggy Zambrano raising her hand, and I'm going to allow her to talk, but I'd be surprised if she, in fact, wants to speak in favor.
Yeah, I'm asking for those to speak.
No, I screwed up.
No problem.
I'll
catch
wait.
you. We'll catch you the next time.
I'll wait.
Peggy has an itchy trigger finger, that's all.
Yeah, we'll get John Matthews.
Good evening, Mr. Matthews.
Yes, this is John Matthews. I'm an architect with offices at 817 Boston Post Road, almost across the street from the site. I think one thing that's interesting that people have lost sight of is that this parcel has changed many times over the years. In 1881, there was a 2.5-story Madison Town Hall located on the front part of this parcel. At some point, that was demolished. So, but this part of the town was the actual center of Madison at that point. And it's undergone a number of different changes. And the fact that this parcel has had so many changes, it's been an evolution. And I commend the P&Z Commission for the zoning special permit regulations you put in place, which I think is a very good regulation. And I think this particular site would be a really asset to the town. The other part I wanted to comment on is I've walked this site a lot. I looked at it earlier with Ms. Whitehead. This site is currently almost totally developed. There's really no wild lands on this site. It's all lawn and plants and flowers. So the idea of tons of wildlife here, I think, is questionable. But anyway, I fully support this project. I think it's to be a good addition to the town. And this site has a history of changing over the years, just like Madison has. And so with that, that's the end of my comments.
Thank you, John.
Next up is John Ford.
Hello.
Hey, John.
Yes,
Hi, my name is John Ford. I'm on Middle Beach Road in Madison, and I wanted to speak in favor of the project. I think it's difficult, and I have some experience in this, in maintaining these large structures, and I just wanted to compliment the team that's proposing the special exception of really a creative use of the structure and of the land. This is the type of use that is particularly appropriate for small cluster residential housing and really preserves the historical nature of the site while increasing the use of the site. It's a great support for the Madison Town Center. You can walk to town. And I think it's critical as we have increasing demands for housing opportunities that we provide more housing opportunities to a greater cross-section of our community, and this is a great project to do that. So I just wanted to express my support for the project, and I hope the commission acts favorably upon the application.
Thank you, Mr. Ford.
Next up is Lorraine Lapone.
This is Lorraine. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes,
Lorraine Lupone. I live at 25 Wall Street. I grew up in this house and I'm living here again. I want to speak on behalf of the project. I know what it's like to live downtown. I love living downtown. There's so much access to the green, to downtown, to walk around the beach. I know that everyone who will buy and live on this property will enjoy it very, very much. I'm totally in favor of the addition and the great architecture that keeps intact the main house and the architecture of the period. I having just heard the comment of Mr. Birnbaum, I tend to agree with that recent comment about the gatehouse. I understand the concept, but it seems contrary since the only building that will be seen, which is Faith's house, as much as we see it now, but everything else will not be seen by the public. So I ask that you might consider the design of the gatehouse, that it become more like an L shape so that it still has a part that's street facing with a gatehouse concept maybe facing the west. But it doesn't seem to me to be consistent when you don't see the rest of the project and then have to explain the gatehouse for a portion that isn't seen. Apart from that, I think it's going to be extraordinary, and I know everyone who will be living there will love living downtown as much as I do. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
If anyone else wishes to speak in favor, please raise your hand. No additional hands raised.
Okay, so at this point, we will go through the same process for the folks who oppose the project. And again, name and address, please.
Okay, first hand up is Dave Skelly.
Hello, my name is David Skelly. I live at 516 Horse Pond Road in Madison. The context for my comment is that I'm a 25-year member of the Yale School of Environment faculty, and I'm an aquatic scientist. I've taught landscape ecology, conservation, and I am opposed to the project, not because I'm opposed to cluster development. I work on suburban environments and understanding how people and the rest of the natural world and aquatic systems can coexist sustainably. And very simply, we've gotten ourselves into a position where we've pushed ahead on cluster developments, which is a very positive thing. It's an innovation that we need, but for some reason, the town moved ahead with the ability to do cluster developments without the getting the support systems organized at the same time. So the keys here are what are our approaches to stormwater management? What are our approaches to septic management? Are we thinking about water quality in a modern sense? And what I can tell you from working in wetlands all over this town for 25 years is that we're polluting them using systems that are being put in according to regulations which are nearly a half century old. And so we've got this mismatch, and it's a problem for you folks on the commission because on the one hand, as the consultant for the applicant said, maybe this is something that quote unquote the town has asked for, but the town hasn't done its homework on the other side to make sure that this development isn't going to cause harm. And the applicant is trying to get through an application that is using these septic systems that are being approved according to regulations that are from the 1970s, instead of thinking about using the kinds of septic systems that are being designed and used in cluster developments. And these cluster septic systems can include pretreatment, they can clean the water to a much higher standard. And I can't understand any possible reason except trying to avoid state oversight that they wouldn't do this. If you take a look at the site, that entire front lawn is crammed with leaching fields and 7 different feeds into those. That's not anything that's going to end up in a textbook, at least not anything anybody's going to want to follow. So what I would ask the commission to do is to really think about, is this the direction that Madison wants to move? Is this a model that we want other people following? I respectfully request that this application be denied or put aside until we can get our house in order and have an appropriate set of management plans to support the kind of development here. It's unfortunate that we've gotten into this situation, but it would be unwise for us to continue down this path before we've done our homework. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Skelly.
Next up is Steve Bischoff.
There you go. Thank you, David. I'll limit what I was going to say, but first I do want to acknowledge that that my letter about the timing for that meeting was read and acknowledged. I did wish that the attorney had apologize for calling me disingenuous and ignorant, because I don't think I'm either of those two things. So I just want to put that on the record. But, you know, I never thought when I moved to Madison, I'd be involved in as many things as far as the Generals Project and this project. And again, I forgot to say where I live. I live at 852 Boston Post Road, next to the applicant. And I've heard a lot of things and a lot of going on. And I think, you know, there were some comments that the section 4.4.2 was minor to the town and the residents. And I strongly disagree. I think it says right in the 4.4.2 that be granted subject to the following conditions and safeguards required. I think the key word here is required to preserve the public health, safety, convenience, welfare, and property values. So I'm just going to speak from my perspective there. Let's talk about the health. So right next door, there's going to be 3,000 gallons a day of sewage treatment, or whatever you want to call it, going to that front yard. That's equivalent of 2 Olympic-sized swimming pools of whatever comes through those pipes right next door to my house. And I don't think that's really healthy. And then you have to ask the question, is that really healthy to the person who's going to live in the carriage house to have that much septic going in that small of an area? I just think that's not, I don't think that passes the health test. The safety, let's talk about safety. I did post a letter to the commission that my house was built in 1812. It has plaster ceilings. I hired I consider the best people to remodel my house and do everything else. Despite all that, my living room ceiling collapsed. It was plaster. It weighs, I think, approximately 11 pounds or 14 pounds per square foot. And if somebody had been under that, it would have really hurt them. So I still have a lot of ceilings that are plaster. I think that if there's a natural disaster and something fell on my family and stuff, I could live with that. But the fact that there's going to be whatever it is, either 90 hours of jackhammering or 100 or 15 hours of blasting and everything else, I don't think that really looks to the safety of my house, my family. Not only is the noise pollution to the animals and everybody living here, you know, so I think it fails from my perspective, from a safety perspective. Convenience. So I had the fire marshal over here, I had my insurance company over here, and I had an engineer come by. Every one of them suggested that, hey, you know, this is kind of risky with all this blasting going next door. I suggest you take down all your artwork, you know, and by the way, you should probably hire somebody to come in, videotape your entire house, and then hire somebody while the blasting is going on, paying them at least $300 an hour to monitor everything so that you have the right records. So that came out to about a cost of $5,000 for me to monitor the blasting. And I think that is, you know, as far as convenience goes, that doesn't seem very convenient to me. You know, let's talk about the welfare. The welfare of my family is at risk. The blasting, the noise, and everything else, I don't think it passes the welfare test, at least me as a neighbor. And then we talk about property value. You can talk about property value. It's, you know, we can do all of the studies and everything else we want, but the fact of the matter is, if there's construction going on next door, I lose liquidity for that duration of time. If this is an 18-month project, I lose liquidity for 18 months. And I don't think anybody can argue the fact that when there's construction, you lose liquidity, and that is a loss in property value, at least for that duration. So I kind of go through and I think, you know, this is a special permit, not a required permit. I go back to, I read the entire Madison ethics guide, and it says the employees and volunteers must be responsible to the citizens of Madison, you know, not the developers of Madison. As a citizen, I hope that you take these things into account. And, you know, and I had like the last caller, I am not against cluster housing, but I am against this project. I think a lot of the billboards say wrong project for the site. And I know I'm rambling, but to close out, I think you're going to hear from both, from one side, one story, from another side, a different story. And I would implore the board to do what is in the regulations, to hire a third party at the expense of the developer to get a third opinion on what is right, wrong, or indifferent. And I appreciate everybody's time. I know everybody's volunteers, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bischoff. Appreciate it.
Next up is Laura Downs.
Hi, I'm Laura Downs and I live at 54 Corey Ledge. I am currently the head of special projects at the Scranton Library. I've served as interim director at the library in initiating the construction of the new building. I serve on the Library Expansion Building Committee, and I've presented on behalf of the library to this committee before. I have an MBA, a master's in library science, and a certificate in genealogy. I'm a member of the Association of Professional Genealogists. I also serve as the head moderator for the town of Madison, a state certified position, serving as the chief public official, the responsible representative of all the citizens of Madison, presiding over the polling place. My husband and I learned of the Ledges project on January 27th of this year and had no idea it had been years in the making. I know one thing, when you are invited over to your neighbor's house and the first person you meet is their attorney, that is not a good day. It turns out I was right to be concerned. At the March 18th Planning and Zoning meeting, I was appalled at the insinuations and the mocking tone of Mr. McKeon. I am disappointed in his lack of professionalism and his personal attacks, now archived on YouTube. Mr. McKeon seems obsessed with who we are, this group who opposes the project. There are 100 letters from people all over this town who oppose this project. I don't know all of them, but I thank them. And I cannot speak for everyone, but I'll tell you what I do know. Who are we? We are Madison. We are young and older. Some of us grew up in Madison. Some have lived here for decades. Some have recently chosen Madison as their home. Our skin is white and black and brown. Some of us live in larger homes and some live in smaller homes. Some of us live here full-time and some of us are seasonal residents. We are working people, some who work at home, some who work nearby, some who commute out of town, and some of us are retired. Some make a lot of money and some not so much. Some of us have raised our children. Some of us still have children or grandchildren in Madison schools. We are married, we are widowed, we are single. We all live in homes in a residential neighborhood. Who are we? We are Madison. My family lives directly to the south of 856 Boston Post Road. It is clear this development will decrease the quality of life for our family. Our family purchased a home next to a signature property with historical significance to this town in a traditional single-family residential area. Our property is unique in that we have no frontage on a public road. Instead, we're surrounded by the side yards and the backyards of our neighbors. Our home was built on land that was owned by the Scranton family and once part of the Ledges. In the 60s, land was separated and George Nowotny built a beautiful home for Mrs. Mott. When nearly anyone arrives at our house for the first time, their reaction is, wow, we didn't even know this existed back here. There is a steady stream of wildlife in the area. So close to town, so close to the beach, but yet quiet as though you were far away. Someone recently said, it's like the secret garden. My mother lives in town and we have raised 3 daughters here and been delighted to host prom pictures, high school show choir vibe parties, and activities for our church. My husband and I purchased additional land from the Ledges owner to preserve the property and our privacy. In 2009, we paid $350,000 to Ms. Whitehead for 0.4 acres. She wanted to subdivide her property then, and the new house would be built right next to ours. We purchased the land from her to provide ourselves with privacy and maintain our quality of life. That purchase brought her property under 2 acres, which disallowed any future subdivision, until you recently changed the rules. The applicant is asking to build 7 dwellings where 1 was allowed, but this requires a special exception permit, a special permit that is an exception to the rule. According to the rules, the commission may base its denial of such an application on general considerations, requiring an examination of the particular circumstances of the precise site and the characteristics of the specific neighborhood. So here we are. You know, it's almost funny. If my neighbor wanted to have 11 chickens, She could not, but she might be able to add 20 bedrooms. Seems a bit incongruous. The rules also require harmony to the neighborhood, and there is nothing about 20 bedrooms and 20 plus cars that is harmonious to my neighborhood. This past year, through the pandemic, we have all been reminded how fortunate we are to live in such a desirable place as Madison. We have found peace in the open spaces, the places near water, the sunsets and sunrises. We have done what we could to support our local businesses and families in need. To me, that represents Madison. We love where we live. Most of the wreckage from this project will occur in what you may call the back, and some think that's okay. You may not see these 2 additional 4,500 square foot structures, but they will be in our front yard, our backyard, and part of our life every day. The new buildings on the plans show it's 25 and 33 feet tall. Factoring in grade, the duplex units 6 and 7 will stand at least 40 feet higher than our yard, and the duplex units 4 and 5 at least 37 feet higher than the eastern neighbors' yards. That is as high as the Monroe Building and the Aerodome buildings downtown. And these duplexes will sit 30 feet from our property lines. I understand why the landscaping regulations have been ignored, especially for building number 2. They haven't even tried to comply with the regulations of providing screening, because they can't even pretend to buffer these buildings from us. In your regulations, renovations in the downtown area are required to be built to a human scale, and you must respect that scale. Quote, new buildings should respect that scale in all cases, avoiding uses and architectural treatments that would appear to dominate or overwhelm their neighbors, end quote. Just because these units are in the back does not mean they won't be detrimental. The use of our property will be substantially and permanently injured. To me, it is not the back, it is where my family lives. I have worked for years as a librarian at the Scranton Library. I live on former Scranton land, and as a genealogist have learned about the Scranton family and the other families who made significant gifts to our town. I cannot believe you would encourage the destruction of the original family homes and properties of some of the biggest contributors to our town's history. Please deny this application. Thank you for your time.
Next up, James Farmer.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm sorry. Just killed it. Hi, I'm sorry, a little technical difficulty there. I am the next door neighbor of Laura Downs. Our property, Shelley and I have lived here 25 years. Our property abuts theirs directly and is in the southwest corner of the property under consideration. I'd like to get real specific with one particular issue that was brushed upon tonight, but certainly has not been addressed to anything near what I think needs to happen. And that is the water supply that stretches from the Boston Post Road through the Ledger's property. And then originally when it was built about 110 years ago, supplied the Ledger's property and the property that we own right now, and that was it. Subsequent to that, the other two properties, which are the Downses and the property on Bushnell Lane, were tapped into that line. The line is, I know because I've seen it at least 3 times because it's ruptured in the time that we've owned this property, and I've seen the excavation. It is a 4-inch cast iron line. It is very fragile, and it is very, very clear that if this project is to go forward, that line will cease to exist. The problem is that in lengthy discussions with one, Shannon Miles, who is the project development coordinator for the Connecticut Water Company, she has not seen anything about this project since, I believe, January. It was described in a letter by Mr. Downs, stating that the latest submission shows the existing line as being replaced by a new Connecticut water main running onto the 856 property, but not beyond. Instead, the new curb box and meter for the service line to 54 quarry, 54 being the Downs' residence, would be located along this new main. A proposed 1-inch service line is shown running a circuitous route around the proposed development stormwater retention system, around unit 6 and 7, and across 2 proposed septic lines to reconnect with the old private line near our property line, thus supplying water to the Downses. There is no provision anywhere for water to the original intent of that line, which is our property at number 64 Quarry Ledge. In addition, it has been stated to us on a couple of occasions in discussions with Ms. Miles from the water company that in the first order of discussion, they do not approve the proposed plan to supply water to the Downses. It's a non-starter. Moreover, the fact of the matter is that the farmer property is not landlocked and water would therefore be available from other sources. Other sources, and this represents a major problem. My first question, and the most important one, is whether or not it is the purview of this commission to insist or establish plans in agreement with the water company that will continue to supply our property with clean water, which is what we have right now. So tonight we are submitting for the record our deed and our easement over the 850 Boston Post Road and this request. We request that the applicant cannot be given permission to destroy our water supply, and we ask the commission to make the applicant provide proof from Connecticut Water that they will ensure continuous quality water to us. That's my main point. My other point is I would like to thank Dr. Skelly from Yale for the letter that he submitted, which was published on the website today. I urge everyone who is listening to this webcast to read that letter. Strikes me that every once in a while an expert jumps out of the woodwork and you say, yep, this guy knows what he's talking about. Finally, it's been said that the devil himself can quote scripture to cite his purpose. And anybody that says that this project, in particular in the rear, as Laura Downs referred to, which is our backyard or our backyards, said that this will enhance property values, is drinking from a different cup. We are in the process of trying to market our home, and I shudder at the thought of what's going to happen if this thing moves forward to our saleability. With the question about the water and these behemoth buildings that are going to be right in direct view at a great height from our northern border. We've watched very carefully, I'm almost done. We've watched very carefully the letters that have been written by the population of this town, and it's very impressive. I hope that the commission isn't just putting them into a yes or a no box, because these letters are carefully written. They're not from some boilerplate form thing. These are people thinking and expressing their true opinions. People who have been, like myself, living in this town virtually their entire lives have spoken, and people who are new to the town and love its character. I mean, I know the term character isn't appropriate nowadays, but it's what we're dealing with. And I think that if we move forward as a town with this project, we are doing irreparable damage to Madison. Thank you for listening.
Next up, Peggy Zambrano. Oops, excuse me, Peggy, I think your hand went down as I tried to click on you. So I think Jane Zenario is next. Jane, you may need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can now.
Thank you. Thank you, David, and thank you to the commission. I just want to say I live at 852 Boston Post Road, which is right next door to Ms. Whitehead and the Ledges. And I'm new to the neighborhood. My husband and I purchased our house in 2019. We were very excited to move here into a neighborhood of antique homes. And we took out a project. Actually, we took out on one of the Scranton family homes that was quite honestly neglected for a few years. But we said, hey, you know, we love it here. We looked around, we were told we were in an R2 zone, and we had comfort in what that actually meant. And what that actually meant to me was, wow, you know, look at the space between the houses. People keep their lawns so nicely landscaped. It's just beautiful. And then we are right on Birnbaum Lane, which is a place where people walk and bike and walk their dogs and jog in the morning. And it provides a certain amount of serenity and peaceful enjoyment. So I just want to comment about what that I believe this application would do if it was approved. And that is it would create an external obsolescence. And Mr. McKeon, who's very proud of the fact that he has an expert appraiser who provided an opinion on this, would probably know what that actually means. For the rest of us, it's really the loss in value due to a negative environmental influence. And it's something that cannot be reversed. And what is the loss in value due to? It's due to loss of privacy, added traffic, noise, light, pollution, and any other negative factors that come about from density. What does this do? It actually acts as a segue to the overall erosion of the Madison Village character, because this is one little project, yes, but you know what? There could be, and it is feasible through assemblage, which is another real estate term, where people could start putting their properties together and hey, all of a sudden you could have any number of cluster housing developments come up. So I want to comment on Mr. Nadeau's appraisal opinion, which quite honestly, I was surprised that an appraiser would put something like this together. But he does not provide any sales price comparisons of before the developments that he cites and after the developments. And what an appraiser has to do, especially if they're going to put their name on something and say they are an expert in this, and actually maybe even go to court and talk to a judge about it, is they have to cite actual before development, or they have to be a precondition sale and then an after condition sale. And that is not done in this. He also does not cite for the market movement variable, which would need to be backed out of the analysis. And we know that this is an upwardly moving market and it will easily camouflage negative price impacts. He also makes statements there will be no negative impact of noise, traffic, or light, or any other inconveniences to the neighbors. Yet the architectural plans show this property will go from an average of 3 or 4 cars, because I think Ms. Whitehead has 2 tenants right now, so let's assume 4 cars, to I think Mr. Otts, or I'm sorry, the other gentleman's name, said there are 20 parking spaces. So that's just for the 20 bedroom that are going to be sitting next door to my house, 20 parking spaces. And then, hey, what if these people have visitors? What about them? Well, we don't know where they're going to park. They're probably just going to cram into Birnbaum Lane. So I just wanted to make that statement that, you know, you think this is something small and it's just a little development, but it's going to contribute. bit by bit to the external obsolescence of the character of this village. And it's a sad thing because people who bought here, like myself and my husband, really thought that R2 zoning meant something. Well, right now we've learned our lesson, because right here, it doesn't mean anything. And it doesn't mean anything for about 5 or 6 other neighbors of mine as well. Thank you to the commission. I hope you vote against this. I don't mean to be as passionate as I am, but Mr. McKeon did a great job filibustering us and letting us hang out there since March. And I guess we have a little bit of frustration. Thank you.
Next up is Bill Downs.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I'm Bill Downs. I live at 54 Quarry Ledge. I think my wife eloquently handled the family issues with regard to the property. So I'm just going to stick with one technical issue and kind of dovetail onto what Jim Farmer was talking about with the water line. Tonight, Mr. Ott presented what the applicant's vision is for reconnection of the water line to our property. As Jim Farmer mentioned, we have been on a shared water line serving the Ledges property as well as the farmer's property in 27 Bushnell for a number of years. And that is to be replaced by a Connecticut Water Company owned main running 400 feet onto the Ledges property. In conversations with Connecticut Water just this week, I was told that a proposal such as Mr. Ott's for a 4-inch line to be reconnected to our 4-inch line leading to our house would not be approved. In other words, the only thing they would approve is a 1-inch line serving our property only. They would not allow a shared line to leave that main servicing the Ledges property. We would only be eligible to attach to that line because we have no other road frontage. Also, the statement that Mr. Ott made that that P&Z would need to approve this project before the water company will act on anything is directly opposite to what I was told by the water company folks, by Ms. Miles at the water company, and who stated that definitively water company approval of a project should precede P&Z approval. And I guess what I'm asking you is, since this is a special exception permit application and not a by right project, I'm asking you to not just delegate our water line issue to something like a condition, given the importance of the issue, and that this is a project which Ms. Whitehead told the neighbors at the original meeting in January would likely be sold to a third-party developer. I don't see how this application can be approved without requiring the applicant to present a plan that Connecticut Water will sign off on. And I ask you to require that of them. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much for your service to the community.
Okay, next up is Robin Phillips.
Thanks, David. I'm Robin Phillips. I live at 880 Boston Post Road. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commission members. Mr. Chairman, I had 3 points to make, but I think given the time, I'm looking at the clock here, I would just like to make one of them and reserve the other 2 for the meeting in 2 weeks' time. And particularly since we talked about blasting today, I'd just like to comment on the amount of blasting that's proposed. And when I saw the report submitted by Mr. Husley and summarized tonight, firstly, it's always interesting what he puts in his reports, and I learn a lot from them. But I was actually quite amazed at first and horrified by the amount of blasting that's proposed. So you've heard the numbers. I won't repeat the numbers here, but We're told that this is a small project. So let me try and put the volume in perspective that I tried to do when I read the report. So 407 cubic yards of this rock type weighs 930 tons, 930 tons. Now, when we teach kids in school how much a ton is, we say it's what an elephant weighs. So the blasting proposed is the equivalent of 930 elephants in weight. Another way of thinking about the volume is that 407 cubic yards is equivalent in size to 14 school buses. And as I think you all know, the volume of blasted rock is greater than the volume in situ, known as the swell factor. So depending on the detailed blasting plan, this means somewhere between 30 and 40 school busloads of blasted rock will be generated. Mr. Husley states in his report, and I quote here, "The ledge's proposal is a minor rock removal project," unquote. I beg to differ. This is not a minor rock removal project by any stretch of the imagination, unless you compare it to projects in Sweden, maybe. Mr. Husley further offers a written opinion that the amount of rock removal, and I quote again here, falls well below the average of past rock removal projects, unquote, based on 49 permits issued in Madison since 2010. This is a specious statement. The data to support it simply doesn't exist. The permits don't request it, the town doesn't collect it, and the project volumes for any project cannot be reliably derived from any available information whatsoever. Respectfully, you should reject the conclusions in this report. Thank you for your time. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips.
Anyone else wishes to speak, please raise your hand. All right. Got Joe Mako.
Yes, Joe Mako, 22 Randy Drive. I'd like to speak in opposition to the project. I've listened to the presentation and I believe it's not suitable for the location. There's too much going on. Within a quarter mile, you have the general residence, which you just, I believe, was a special exception. Why don't you wait and see how that turns out? Because I believe there'll be some unknown consequences that you're going to find out about. And if you're going to experiment, you might as well, you say, wait for that to boil up, because right now we don't know how that's going to come out. And I also wish you would look at the plan of development for the town that's allowing these developments and reconsider that whole idea that we have to become something that we're not. We love Madison. I've been here 45 years. I love the people in town and I love living here, and don't change it. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Any other people wish to talk?
Did we lose? He was first.
She keeps putting her hand up and taking it back down. So I don't know. Susan Geisenheimer is up now.
I'm Susan Geisenheimer. I live at 14 Middle Beach Road. We've owned a house in Madison since 1983. I'm really opposed to this project, and I would urge the P&Z to do whatever you can to get cluster housing, which I think is great, as we all and all of us will age out of our homes because we won't be able to take care of them anymore. We'll need to move to condos, and it would be so nice to be able to remain in Madison in a condo. But I would really urge you to do what you can to get cluster housing at Island Avenue School and Academy School. Let's not ruin this beautiful neighborhood on Birnbaum Lane with cluster housing. Right now, you've got a significant amount of traffic because of the school at Island Avenue. So cluster housing there would make a lot of sense. Academy School was hijacked by some minority of people who decided that we needed an arts center completely unsustainable and unaffordable in our town. But something happened, and I know P&Z didn't have anything to do with it. But if there's anything that you guys can do to get cluster housing in those two locations where it makes far more sense than it does at the Ledges, I would urge you to do this. And I am definitely opposed to the Ledges. And I hope you listen to all these people who live nearby. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Peggy Zambrano.
Peggy, finally.
I finally did it. It says lower hand. Okay. At any rate, first and foremost, I'd like to say that I've lived in Madison for 40 years. We brought up 4 children here, educated them in the public school system, and during that time of their matriculation, I volunteered on numerous committees and commissions and things like that. So I know the responsibility that you folks have. I realize the care that you take in listening to all of us, both sides. I know it's not a trial. There is no testimony going on here, just pure and simple thoughts and opinions from experts, actually. My name is Margaret Zambrano, Peggy to most. I live at 870 Boston Post Road, right next door to the project. My home is 116 years old. It was once a 40-acre sheep farm all the way to the water. My building was a camp, and it was built by the Scranton family along with 3 others on this street. And I need to say that the Ledges was built in 1903, so nothing has changed on the Ledges property since 1903. It's an aptly named beautiful rock outcropping, and half of it is in my basement. Half of it is in my backyard. 30 to 40 foot trees grow out of that rock. My foundation is piled rock. My walls are plaster. I have wavy glass windows. And I'm very worried about the risk that might happen to my home, my property through this development. It isn't only the blasting. If you read A Homeowner's Guide to Blasting, it's also the rumblings from heavy trucks and the payloaders and all of that that creates disturbances and disturbs foundations. In previous presentations, all of this has been casually glossed over, my house at any rate. The rock in my basement, I don't know if Mr. Hosley has ever blasted rock that is in someone's basement, but it's in mine. And there is a tree at the, I hope that all of you got my survey of my property and also the pictures of my basement.
Yes.
I hope you did, thanks.
We did.
Because there's a tree at the top of the blasting site that's quite near the blasting site actually. And the exit site for the wastewater system is exactly adjacent to my property, given that the stone wall, according to Connecticut rules and regulations, is owned by both Faith and I. So that exit, the blasting is going to be like feet from my door, from my house, from my porch, from my door. 20 years ago, the P&Z denied our request to enclose an outside staircase because it was less than 20 feet from the applicant's property. And today this applicant is asking this commission to make a judgment to permit blasting through the rock that's in my basement and exists at the exit site adjacent to my property. This application is merely a pretty picture presented to gain permits in order to sell it to a developer. It's not a blighted area. There's no hardship here. It's not really the true definition of infill, opportunity area, or cluster housing. It's simply a backyard build. It's an incredible, significant proposal that will have historic, significant impact on the nature of this town. Not only our lane, but the neighborhood in which we live will suffer collateral damage. The history of this part of town will suffer collateral damage. And I'm wondering why we even have regulations if everything is a special exception and is expected to be approved through special exceptions. I think that we should stick to the regulation. And I'm sorry that the regulation on this street was changed. And I'm opposed to the project for my own welfare and the value of my property. So I hope that the commission considers this very carefully. And I'm also wondering, I didn't have a chance to ask the question, but I'm also wondering what is under, aside from the oil tank that's under the garages back there, there is exposed ledge that runs all the way to the I call it the black house, but to the garages. So are we to assume that it ends there? That there's dirt under the garage? That it's going to be permeable? The water flow will be permeable? We don't even know that until we tear the house down and exhume the oil tank. We don't even know what the quality of the earth is there. So I think it's very difficult to put this proposal forward when there are so many details that are lacking. But I appreciate the time you've allowed me to put my hand up and down and up and down. So thank you very much.
Hey, thank you.
No other hands up, Ron.
No more? All right, maybe we went through the alphabet. We ended with Z, as in Zimbrano. Last call. Okay, I think this would be a good time to break off if everybody thinks that might make sense. Commissioners? Huh?
I would agree.
Then I would entertain a motion at this stage to continue and continue at what would have been our planning meeting on June 3rd, I believe it is.
Make a motion to continue to June 3rd.
That motion.
Okay. Not certainly anything to discuss unless either of the attorneys has a comment. I'll give them that right. Is that acceptable to both of you? I know it was earlier.
Yes, my only comment is, I don't know where we are in the time frame in terms of completing a public hearing. I know that was extended by the governor's executive order, but to the extent you need the consent of the applicant to so continue the hearing, you have it. I just want to.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. Within, I will call for a vote to continue until June 3rd. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I'm sure none. And before we let it go, I want to thank everyone for their patience, particularly the members of the public who waited not just tonight, but through 2 long hearings to get a chance to ask their questions and express themselves. And thank you for your comments tonight and keeping them concise and on point. That was very much appreciated by all. So with that, we'll move on to the next agenda item. Everybody who's leaving, have a good evening. We'll see you on June 3rd.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Excuse me,
Yes.
it's Marlene. I just want to know, did Tom Berlin make the motion and Peter Roos second it?
This is Tom. I did make the motion.
And, well, maybe Peter and I both did. I did second it, but
Okay, all right, that's great.
maybe the chairman recognized.
All yours, Jim.
Oh, thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Very magnanimous of you.
Thank you.
Very cooperative group when it comes to continuances and adjournments. Okay, next on the agenda is application 210730 Toffee Lane, map 13, lot 118 in the R5 district. The owner is Mario Luciani, The applicant is Mara Luciani, and it's a coastal site plan review for construction of a 6-foot by 24-foot 6 deck. Dave, anything to add to that?
I'll just pull up the plan real quickly. I offered the applicant that I would just run through this. So here is the plan. The deck is highlighted in red. As you can see, there's a existing bulkhead between the property and Long Island Sound. The DEP was notified and they confirmed that there's no potential for adverse impact to coastal resources. They simply made a suggestion that the commission condition any approval on installing appropriate erosion and sediment controls. So I would make a recommendation that the commission approve this application with that condition.
Okay. Any questions of Dave of his suggestion? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion from someone to approve with those conditions.
I'll move.
Thank you, Doctor. Second?
Second.
Thank you, Jim. Any discussion? None? All in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstain? None. Unanimous. Thank you very much. Next is one we had on our last agenda, 21-08 at 42 Pleasant View Avenue, map 24, lot 223 in the R3 district. The owner applicants, John and Laura Hardy, and it's a lot line revision. Dave?
Yeah, Mike's here. I'll let Mike, and we're going to keep it brief. This was a previously approved subdivision. The owners wanted to actually amend the location of the boundary line between the two lots. It was a inland wetland subdivision referral previously, so it went back through inland wetlands and they gave a positive referral. So now it's just back before the commission for final approval. I have absolutely no concerns with the change of the lot line, so I'd recommend approval, but give Mike an opportunity to add anything he'd like.
Well, that's it in a nutshell, Dave. I think that was great.
And that was brief. Thank you, Mike. Any questions of Dave or Mike? Entertain a motion from someone?
I'll move that we approve the application for the lot line revision.
Thank you, Jim. I keep seeing Elliot moving his hand. I think he's making the motion, but he's doing something differently. Do I have a second?
I was actually turning my mic back on.
Okay. Do I have a second? Giselle? Thank you. Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? No. Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Have a good evening.
You too.
The last item on our agenda, work item, is 21-09. It's a 250 Sampson Rock Drive, map 38, lot 51 in the R2 district. The owner is the Bank of America. The applicant is Andrew Renone, the Horton Group, LLC. It's a special exception permit modification for work being done to the existing drive-up teller lane by removing the tube system and replace it with an ATM in its place. Additional security lighting will be installed. Is there anyone here?
Yeah, there is, Ron. Before, so Andrew Renone will speak to this, but before he does, I just wanted to update the commission. So this went before ACA. And in addition to the proposed drive-through ATM and the lighting under the canopy, there's also some proposed additional parking lot lighting and some lighting around the building that was proposed. ACA has made a recommendation that additional lighting not be approved. They were in favor of the drive-through improvements and the lighting under the canopy, but weren't in favor of the other lighting. So I think Andrew should just take that as a starting point. He can give us an update as to whether or not they've considered any modifications since the ACA review. Go ahead, Andrew.
Hello, everyone. This is Andrew with the Horton Group. We're out of 1 Bishop Lane, Madison, Connecticut.
Welcome.
Okay, as you can see here in our demolition plan, we have an existing drive-through island. Traffic enters here, goes through the drive up. The first lane is for an existing drive up teller window. Second lane, outer lane, was the tube system. We'd like to demo this island, remove the existing tube system, saw cut the asphalt and curbing as depicted. And then when you get to our finished plan, we're going to widen the lane to accommodate the new ATM machine. I'm sorry, widen the island. And then we are actually going to widen the curbing into this landscaped area, just enough to gain access for the cars to get through safely. Just a few new security bollards, no change in direction of traffic, new proposed stop bar. And then for lighting, we're going to go. We'd like to put 2 new light poles here in the landscaped island, as well as on the opposite end. 4 canopy mount fixtures underneath the drive-up canopy. 1 canopy mount fixture near the existing walk-up ATM here. Wall pack here, wall pack here, wall pack here, wall pack here. So all in the rear of the property besides this one at the exit lane. I have Josh Wagner with GMR also here, just to give a quick summary on the extent of the bank's security guidelines and why we need the new lighting. Do you want to go ahead, Josh?
Yeah, sure. I'll go ahead. Josh Wagner from GMR. We do all the lighting for Bank of America across the United States. So Bank of America has a standard. Actually, can I share my screen as well? I'll go back to the plan you were just referencing. Bank of America has a standard of 2-foot candles within a 50-foot radius and 10-foot candles within a 5-foot radius of an exposure. So if we look at the compliance area per Bank of America standards, you'll see the 50-foot compliance area. If I'm not mistaken, up here to the north is another bank. So that's where the light bleed off will be up at the top. These pink poles are actually replacing existing poles. We're just updating the pole and head on those fixtures. As you stated, and as Andrew stated, the green fixtures are existing fixtures to be replaced. And then the blue fixtures are new wall packs. So we did everything we could to minimize the throw off property, as well as meet that 2-foot candle within a 50-foot radius. I'd like to also add on that the 50-foot radius is taken 3 foot above grade per bank standards. So I'm going to go back to LU4 here, which is your foot candles at grade. And what you can see is the throw off property for this bank. So in every direction except for, I believe this is north, we'll call it plan north, yeah. So except north is 0 on all sides, with the exception of towards Old Boston Road, which we're throwing a 2 that fades off to a 1 within 5 or 10 feet. So that's our proposed plan as it sits now. I can make revisions if need be, but this is as best we can do while meeting the bank standards of 2-foot candles for safety reasons.
Okay. Any questions from the commission? Josh,
yes, please. Mr.
Go
Chairman.
right ahead. Thank you, John.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure, can you, these lights, and your document was jumping around a lot, and it's late at night and my eyes are tired, so excuse me, but the lights on the north side of the building, UTH1, is that what that says at the top, at the very
Yes,
north
sir. edge
of the building?
Yes, sir. It's UTH1 and UTI2.
Okay, and is that just downward wash?
Yes, sir. All of our fixtures are full cutoff fixtures. So all lighting will be below a 90-degree plane.
And at what height are those fixtures on the building?
Looks like UTH. I can get that info for you. 1 second.
Well, roughly, I mean, are they
think it's up a little higher at the peak of the point to get all the way up to the 50-foot compliance area. Because we had another conversation with, I believe, David about lowering the height of the pole that was in the parking lot. So UTH1 will be at 19 foot on the building.
So I'm trying to remember, to your point, to the north is the Citizens Bank, and to the south, I think, is just a wooded area. What's immediately to the west? Are we going to be impacting any neighbors? I'm thinking about Scranton Seahorse.
We're throwing 0-foot candles to the west. Yeah, there's going to be no impact to the west whatsoever.
John, you're talking east.
Excuse me, east.
West.
Thank you.
You're talking about east.
Yeah, to the east. My fault. To the east. I'm thinking of like the back of where the Scranton Seahorse Inn and those houses there. Will they be looking at these new lights? Is it?
Again, 0-foot candles. We're throwing 0 off property in that direction.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Speak up because I don't see your faces, so raise your hand.
Yeah, this is Carol. Josh, thanks for this. I work in museums, and 2-foot candles is like no light at all. Even our most sensitive museum objects get 5 to 10-foot candles. So is the role of it just sort of a safety feature, a security feature?
Yes, ma'am, that's absolutely correct. So what's there now is essentially 0. In the 50-foot compliance area, as you can see, all these new fixtures we're adding. I can actually bring up what's currently there as well, just sort of reference foot candles wise. So we do surveys across every Bank of America in the United States, and we specifically designed for 2-foot candles because that's what the bank has deemed appropriate for safety. So as you can see now, what's currently on site is pretty bad foot candle wise. So all we're doing with the proposed ATM is trying to incentivize or design for a safer environment for this new ATM, giving light. And as you know, 2-foot candles is not a lot of light. 2-foot candles, you can see your hand in front of your face, essentially, is the description I like to give. That's the minimum we're trying to meet in that 50-foot compliance area. So if you look here, we're at 2.4 in this compliance area as a minimum. So we're already at the minimum we can get per the bank standards. And really, we're only adding a few lights here new, and then we're just replacing everything else. So again, we'll try to work with whatever parameters we're given. We just want to make this ATM as safe as possible for people utilizing it at night.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Jim Madison, please.
Yeah. So Josh, what's happening with the current ATM that's as you go in the door to the right? Is that going to be taken out of service? Does that change anything with lighting?
The only ATM that's in our scope currently is that proposed ATM. We're not touching any other ATM.
So the ATM that's there will stay there?
That's correct. Yes, sir. We won't be removing anything. As far as I know, Andrew may be able to speak better on that. We've only designed lighting for the proposed ATM.
Yeah, and this is Ron Clark, Josh. So in spite of the Bank of America's lighting standards, this long-standing walk-up ATM, which is in a much more, where customers are in a much more vulnerable position walking up to it, has gone for years without adequate lighting, without adhering to the bank standards. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, I would believe so. Yes, sir.
And
so with that being said, Ron, not to cut you off, I'll apologize. But all of the banks will be brought into the ELP program within the next year or two. So chances of us speaking again here pretty soon are pretty high. This one-off design just came to us before the national ELP program, which is what we call it, exterior lighting program for BOA, has made its way to GMR. The one-off just made it here first. So we will eventually be designing for the full thing. Yes, sir.
I know BOA is a huge corporation and they have their standards. It's interesting that we had an application recently from Citibank for a new building they're building. And they were a little bit, emphasizing that they had their standards. And I think that, they realized eventually that we're the home team. We have our standards too.
Yeah, absolutely.
And ACA's comments, I thought were, seemed to agree with them. I don't know how the other commissioners feel, of course, but I question the need for this intensive amount of lighting when you have all the lighting from the overhang that's going to light the ATM machine and bleed out further into the parking lot. So that's my thought, and maybe you can take as my comment at this stage. Any other questions from the commission members? Any thoughts?
John, you're muted.
Yeah, I have a question. What was ACA's recommendation, please?
So
Which lights?
their recommendation was to just approve the drive-through improvements and the canopy lighting, and not the other exterior lighting or the 2 new poles, was their recommendation.
Josh, could I ask a favor? Could you take down that screen so we could talk as a group? Unless somebody needs it. I think we've seen it.
Yes, sir. I can absolutely take it. Yes, sir. Hold on a second.
Thanks, Josh. There we go. Thank you.
Dave,
Doctor.
can I just also ask about, was ACA concerned about the aesthetics of the new lighting or the actual amount of light that will be emitted? I'm just curious.
So I think the amount of light, the brightness of the site is really what they're concerned with.
But per Carol's comment, it's virtually no light at all. Is that?
I don't think I'd characterize it as that. I mean, it's the pole that's on the, I guess, north side of the site is 19 feet tall with 2 large heads on it. So it will be a significant change from what people perceive today. So this is, ACA's, I guess, concern was that this is a area that's right adjacent to residences. And John, as you mentioned, Scranton Seahorse Inn, but then there's also private residences around there.
Yeah.
And they were just afraid that the intensity of lighting that was proposed wasn't necessarily consistent with this particular location. So
Are the new light poles that are being proposed, are they taller than the existing light poles?
Well, I believe that what's in those 2 pole locations, and Josh, you can correct me if I'm wrong, are like 6 foot tall, decorative, something that you might put at the end of your driveway. They're not much taller than that.
I'm going to go verify right now. I've got photos and scans. I can go tell you how tall it is. Give me a moment.
So the proposal is to replace those with something much taller.
Yeah, he'll verify. I think that was the case.
So
I
was,
might also, no,
sorry. Was
go ahead, Carol.
Was ACA opposed to the height of the pole and the physical structure, or the actual very washed out light?
We could review the recording to get more specific, but they, if my perception of their concern was more about the intensity of lighting than necessarily the height of the pole or how the pole itself might look.
I might also mention, while Josh is looking, that there is a residence some distance to the south, up on that wooded area. Jerry Birnbaum happens to live up there. I'm not sure how exactly far he is from the parking lot, but he's up on that hill above it.
I know from the back there, you could also see, the residences that are on Boston Post, or actually it's Birnbaum Lane, I guess. You can see it's Scranton Seahorse. You can see the house next to it.
The other thing I'll say is I do think that the commission members may benefit from just taking a drive out there one evening and just taking a look around. You know, and you may decide that you do that and you have no issues with the lighting. I'm not suggesting that it'll change your mind in any one direction, but it may be beneficial for you to look at because, you know, it's difficult for me to review a lighting plan with a bunch of numbers on it and really understand what that means. So.
Just to confirm, those are smaller poles with decorative traditional type lantern heads on top. Which is what's producing the 0-foot candles that you saw in the survey.
Yeah.
That I showed you just a second ago.
Do we know what the current lighting throws off?
And just a caveat, 4 or 5 earlier in the conversation, the current foot candles. Yes, sir. I showed those a little bit earlier. I can share my screen again if you'd like.
You can just talk to it.
Okay, yeah, it's 0.0 and 0.4 in the 50-foot compliance area. So no light. It's essentially nothing. The lights that are currently there are doing nothing for the ATM or anybody driving in that area. So people utilizing the new ATM won't be able to really even see the road that you're driving on, much less if anybody is standing there, right? Trying to take advantage of
true, because you have, what is the foot candles under the canopy itself, the proposed foot candles?
Foot candles are under the canopy. Hold on one second. I only have foot candles for ATM1 and AHD because there's no ATM under the canopy currently. So unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to give you those.
Proposed, I'm talking about under the proposed plan.
Oh, sure. Yeah, so like I said earlier, it's a 10 minimum 5-foot area and then 2-foot candle minimum in the 50-foot radius. So the proposed under the canopy would be around 20 to 30. At the highest point would be 40. But then as you gradually fade away, the light gets much, much darker.
Right, but I guess my point is under the canopy itself, the advisory committee was comfortable with the proposed lighting under the canopy. And I think they felt there might be sufficient lighting for that area.
So just for clarification purposes, they're okay with 40-foot candles under the canopy, but not okay.
They didn't have any concern with the canopy lighting itself as proposed.
Gotcha.
So if we were to approve the work to put that ATM and do the changes to the drive up, does that, but without the lighting that's proposed for the east side, does that mean that lighting then will not be in compliance with Bank of America's own standards for lighting?
Well, that's correct. Yes, sir, that's correct. And then if it's not approved, I'll have to go back to the bank and tell them why it wasn't approved. And then they will have to decide if they will even move forward with the project. Because the lighting is one of the main characteristics of adding a new ATM, is making sure everybody's safe that's going to be able to use the ATM.
And I'll just add again that it is not adding, it's adding another ATM. It is not adding a new ATM at an un-ATM location. You know, I bank at Bank of America and I go there, at night all the time to use that machine. And there is enough, it's in a developed area. There is enough ambient light coming from the building itself, the security lighting on the building, and from the canopies that are on at night, and from the adjoining, properties, that it's kind of a mischaracterization. And Josh, I don't think you're, familiar enough. I don't know where you're located, but,
I'm in Dallas.
What, in Dallas?
Yes, sir.
So.
Not right now. I'm in Wisconsin right now in a hotel room.
Okay.
But
so I'm saying that
I'm from Dallas.
Something I didn't expect you to have a great deal of.
Yeah.
But it's not zero. You can see where you're walking. You can see, and even though we're in Connecticut, we have headlights on our cars. When we drive in. But it is not a dark area by virtue of just where it's located. And I just want to point that out, but
It
certainly
would be-
plenty of light, very secure for the existing ATM. And with people being even more secure in their motor vehicle, I raises questions in my mind about the need for it, other than the
Well,
stand.
Yeah, I can see a need though for the drive-up ATM.
Yeah.
For convenience to the customers.
Oh, yeah, for the facility, yes. I'll
Yeah.
I'll agree to that. That's a question. So, well, I guess we should ask for some thoughts about the lighting. Who might think it's okay as proposed? Who has reservations? And then maybe we can decide what direction we want to go in. Anyone want to volunteer? I see a hand raised. Commissioner Mathers.
Yeah, I'm a little hesitant just because it was just a year ago and we had that wonderful presentation on lighting from the students. And like Dave said, I think it's worth a drive-by. I just, I can't envision what it looks like now. So I'd like to do a drive-by before I vote.
Thank you, John. Anyone else have a thought?
Yeah, I agree with John. I'd like to go by and see it.
Okay.
There's nothing like that.
Anyone else?
I mean, if it weren't
We have
for
people on mute.
ACA's recommendation is that they don't approve the lights, and I think out of respect for ACA, we ought to give that some consideration.
That's a good point. Anyone else?
I concur. I have the same opinion.
Would it be helpful to you, Josh, or Bank of America, if we talked about the idea of approving it without the lighting at this stage? In other words, if the commitment is made to draw plans and things for the ATM machine itself, would that be an advantage to you or not?
No, sir. I don't think the bank would move forward with the ATM without adequate lighting to the 2-foot candles, because then it wouldn't be up to their standards, which I
Well,
understand.
they're going to have to come back to do something then about the existing ATM. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Or if we don't, or if that for some reason didn't happen, would they take that one out too?
No, sir. Like I said, the ELP has the exterior lighting program has plans to bring this up, but as it sits now, your ATM and your AHD that you currently have are well below the standards as well that Bank of America has. So it will be, it'll fall under a 95% or less category, which would roll it in to the plan. So like I said, I would have to go back to Bank of America and tell them that you guys did not approve the lighting, and we either need to reassess it and do the best we can, given the parameters, which we don't know yet because you guys haven't voted, or it just won't be installed, is where we're at.
So a partial approval doesn't, for the concept of the ATM and the canopy lighting, doesn't gain anything for the bank. I'll just share what my thought was. If that would be of any help, it obviously isn't. So my suggestion, and we can see what the other commissioners think, would be to table this. Give the commissioners the opportunity to, drive into the lot, get a feel for what's existing today and what the situation is, and then come back. I'm not sure whether the planning meeting is the right time to do it. We might want to do that at our zoning meeting, the third Thursday in June. What do you think, Dave?
Yeah, I would agree. I think we should dedicate the next meeting just to the ledges.
Yeah, I guess if we go down and look, we're not going to know what the lighting looks like because it's not there.
No, but we'll get a feel for
You'll be able to see what it looks like without lighting. I mean, what if you go down there, Jim, and you say, geez, it's bright enough the way it is? I mean, and
that's perfectly fine too. I just wanted to add, we're here to do anything that you guys, deem accessible, right? So if you guys say, hey, lighting's not going to be able to be put in here, we'll go back to the team and say, hey, maybe we shouldn't put an ATM here. So I'd implore you, when you go and look, if you do go and look, to look in the parking lot, look in the areas surrounding the ATM or proposed ATM location, not just under the canopy, because there are corners, there are dark corners, there are dark areas, there are dark parking spots, which granted, like you said, you do have headlights, right? Every car has headlights, but the headlights only point in the direction you're going. So.
Yeah,
Hey, Rod.
You're in Wisconsin. I'm 2 blocks away, and I use that ATM all the time, so I'm familiar with it. I have a little more local knowledge than maybe anybody at this point, because I'm always there. Of course, I don't know if any, I don't know. I think I'm just paying bills at the ATM. But anyway.
Trying to brag about how much money you have, Ron?
But, I think you'd be surprised at just how much bright, how much light the bank building itself emanates. And that isn't taken into the calculation, but there's signage and so on. So.
Hey,
Rod, if I could add something.
Yeah, sure.
I know Citizens Bank next door, I believe they have some site lighting going around the perimeter of that back parking lot. So I don't know if maybe someone could compare, if we could maybe get at least something similar to them and somehow meet our compliance, if that's acceptable.
Good point. Yeah. Yeah, good point of comparison when we go on our sites, I guess.
Yeah, I think you'd certainly take it into account.
Thank you.
Or how much fugitive light you're getting for free out of Webster Bank. There we go.
Webster.
Isn't it Webster next door?
Citizens.
No, it's not Webster. Citizens. So does that make sense?
Okay, yep, it does.
Okay. So I'll entertain a motion to table. Anybody?
I'll make the motion. Table.
John, and seconded by Elliot. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So Josh, we'll check it out, scope it out, and we'll be ready to take up the subject again on, I think it's the 17th of June.
Well, I'll be on a beach on the 17th of June, but somebody will be at the meeting.
I can run the next meeting, or we'll get another representative from GMR.
Which beach, Josh?
Josh, we have beaches here.
I was going to say, which
going to
beach?
Galveston. It's nothing great. It's not that great.
We've got the Madison Beach Hotel.
That's right.
You've got a song
far
about
away.
You've got a
Yep.
song about Galveston. We don't have one about Madison, so it can't be that bad.
Right.
Yeah, we're working
it's
on
a little
it.
far away from
We're working
Galveston.
on it. We're working. Although I haven't seen Galveston on Wheel of Fortune lately either. Have you, John?
It's not great. If you want your beaches to be brown and like dirty, that's where you would go.
Brown, dirty beach.
Yep.
You're really selling it, Josh.
Vacation. I'm excited.
Okay. Well, have a good vacation, and we'll catch up eventually.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate
Okay,
it. You'll have a good night.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks for your understanding. Okay. I'd suggest we suspend or do away with at this meeting the approval of the minutes. Is that okay with you, Dave?
That's fine with me.
Commission chair, I don't have anything to say other than briefly, we'll talk about this more. But I was as stunned as you all were when I got the news about Dave's leaving us.
Yeah.
And, I certainly, we could talk about Dave for as long as we talked about 856 Post Road and how much he's meant to us. But this isn't the time or the hour to do that. But I wanted to at least mention it. And Dave, thank you for all you've done for us. And we'll be talking more about it, I'm sure.
I definitely would appreciate, saying a few things to the commission, but not tonight. But I said a few things in my short email to you, which I do mean wholeheartedly, and I'd like to elaborate on that a little bit when we do talk. So.
But Dave, I don't remember even voting on this. Does anyone else?
Yeah, and nobody seconded it. It's not in the minutes.
No,
we did not vote on that.
I've mentioned this to Dave, and I don't want to put one of our commissioners on the spot, but I would like to do at some point in the future is arrange for a dinner, the commission and Dave Anderson, to take him out for a bite and some, to say thank you, meet as a group, and I don't know whether the Commissioner Mathers has any suggestions where we might hold it.
I'll do some research.
Okay. But if you would.
I
not
want
looking-
some place with a water view, though. I want to walk.
Right.
Water
You
view.
want a water view? Okay.
You're probably going to want air conditioning too, right?
I don't care about that.
Well, you're a deck, with a breeze or something, but
Bar,
Or just a grassy area.
a grassy strip.
Right.
how about with music?
How about the ledges?
There you go.
But now that the mask mandates are coming off and we haven't gotten together as a group except for a site walk in over a year, so it might be a good occasion to do that. So let's see if we can make that happen.
Will it be a public meeting? I mean, will it be we'll have a quorum.
No.
We have to wait. Do we have to?
Yeah, but we're not discussing any applications, so it's a social event. We don't fall into the same.
Okay.
Well, I assumed when I told you guys I was leaving that you'd just follow me out. I didn't realize you guys were going to stick around. I thought we'd all just go together.
Don't think we all haven't thought about that.
Yeah, I know.
Letters in the
Good
mail.
point. Good point.
And as we're sitting there on the water, overlooking Long Island Sound, Dave can give us a complete synopsis of Save Our Sound, how it's going and what he's
Right.
doing. Keep it
Yeah,
as beautiful as it
That's
is.
right.
You can point out the marine life.
I can show you our wastewater treatment plant.
Thank you.
All we need is 2 foot candles of light in order to be able to cross the parking lot.
We just can't let Marlene take minutes that night.
Yeah, Marlene, and you're included.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
No pencil allowed. But thanks, Dave, and we have a lot more to say about that at a point in time. For those of you who don't know, it's the 18th is your last day, the 18th or the 19th?
18th, June 18th.
18th of June. So he'll be here for at least our next 2 meetings. Thank goodness.
Yes.
So with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make that.
Wow, that was fast. Okay.
Aye.
Favor, no need to ask. Thanks, everyone, for your time and all the hours tonight. Appreciate it.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
And enjoy
Bye,
the week
everyone.
and Memorial Day.